According to another press statement from the state of Madhya Pradesh, on average, every day at least one woman is admitted to the biggest hospital of Madhya Pradesh with burns. Most of them are young. The reasons given by their husbands are mainly the explosion of gas bottles or accidental fires while cooking. Every third of these women succumbs to her injuries, quoted from Sunday, October 4, 1982, in Matri, No. 4, 1982. Amniocentesis and femicide. The declining sex ratio in India since 1911, to the extortionate dowry demands of recent years, the spread of dowry to communities and sections of the poor which formerly did not know this custom but followed the practice of bride price, Epstein, 1973, Mies, 1984, Rajaraman, 1983, the fact that excessive dowry demands are a decisive factor in the growing indebtedness of the poor, Sambrani and Sambrani, 1983, Krishnakumari and Geetha, 1983, are sufficient evidence of the fact that women are not wanted in India, in fact, that they are increasingly less wanted than men. Before we come to analyze the causes of this new trend of neo-patriarchy, it is necessary to give a brief account of the latest developments of this trend. These are the possibilities opened up by the new technology of sex pre-selection through amniocentesis and ultrasound scanning, combined with population control policies and the strengthening of patriarchal institutions and attitudes of male dominance. Several years ago, a news item appeared in an Indian newspaper under the heading, "Doctor, kill it if it is a girl." This sentence was quoted from pregnant women who had been used as test persons in an Indian clinic in sex pre-selection experiments. A fair number of the women on whom the tests were tried out told the doctors to abort the fetus if it was female. When this item appeared in the press, there was no reaction from the public. People are so used to anti-women attitudes that they take it for granted when women as mothers do not want to give birth to other women. When I read this little news item, I wondered what would have happened if pregnant women had told the doctor, "Doctor, kill it if it is a boy." As it has become socially accepted that the birth of a daughter is a disaster, it is not surprising that some years later, in July 1982, some clever doctors in Amritsar saw the chance of their lives to make a business out of the anti-women and pro-male bias of patriarchal Indian society. They advertised and sold amniocentesis as a method of sex pre-selection, followed by the abortion of female fetuses. As happened with the anti-dowry and anti-rape campaigns, the press began to report on the extent and the circumstances of female feticide only after women's groups had started agitating against a threatening tendency towards the extermination of women. Popular magazines published reports on investigations about the use of amniocentesis and the abortion of female fetuses. About the subsequent controversy, Vibhuti Patel writes, "One estimate that shocked everyone, right from the planners and policy makers to the academicians and activists, was, between 1978 and 1983 around 78,000 female fetuses were aborted after sex determination tests in our country. The government and private practitioners involved in this lucrative trade justify the sex determination test as a measure for population control." Patel, 1984, 70. In spite of the protests from the women's movement, sex determination tests and female feticide are carried out in both private and government hospitals in cities like Bombay, Delhi, Amritsar, Chandigarh, Baroda, Kanpur, Ahmedabad and Meerut. A research team of the Women's Centre in Bombay found out in their survey of 6 hospitals that 10 women per day undergo the test. One of the prestigious non-vegetarian, anti-abortion hospitals conducts the tests and recommends the pregnant women to other clinics for the dirty job of the abortion. They ask the women to bring back the aborted female fetuses for further research. Abraham and Sonal, 1983, quoted in Patel, 1984, 69. The cost of amniocentesis plus abortion of female fetuses is rather low. It ranges between Rs80 to Rs500. This means that it is not only well-to-do middle-class families who can afford to breed male, post-gate, but also poor families in the rural areas. Meanwhile, the money-minded medical professionals and clinics have also organized services for outpatients. Women living away from the big clinics where the test is conducted get the result by mail, which takes at least a week. By the time they decide to abort the fetus, it is over 18 weeks old. Abortion at such a late stage is quite harmful for the mother, writes Vibhuti Patel, OPCIT, 69. Meanwhile, sex determination tests and the abortion of female fetuses have also spread to rural areas in Maharashtra. 3 A survey of slums in Bombay has revealed that many poor women undergo this treatment and pay the money for the test and an abortion of female fetuses because they argue that it is better to spend Rs 80 or even Rs 800 now, than to spend thousands of rupees on the girl at the time of her marriage. Patel, 1984, 69. The controversy about amniocentesis was sparked off, according to Vimal Balasubramanian, not so much by the fact that these methods constitute a threat to the female sex as a whole, but due to the mistake of the Amritsar doctors, of hard sell advertising and sales promotion. Balasubramanian, 1982, 1725. She is of the opinion that, with more sophisticated methods like ultrasound scanning becoming widely accepted, and a more discreet way for doctors and clinics to sell this technology, female feticide would become much more widespread than it is now. She blames not only the patriarchal preference for male offspring for these femicidal tendencies, but more so the international philosophy that inspires much of the elitist thinking of the scientists who today dabble in fetal research, embryo transfer and the vast tricky field of genetic engineering. Balasubramanian, 1982, 1725. Abortion of female fetuses was advocated as early as 1974 by one of the key persons in the Indian population control establishment, namely Dr. D.N. Pai. Balasubramanian, 1982, 1725. But not only male doctors and scientists advocate female feticide as the best way of solving India's population problem. There are also women like Dharma Kumar who tries to apply the capitalist logic of supply and demand to the valuation of women in society. In response to the economist Bardhan, who like so many others sees the anti-women tendencies in India as a direct result of the changing economic participation of women in agriculture, Bardhan, 1983, she writes. But why not see this economic logic through? Sex selection at conception will reduce the supply of women, they will become more valuable and female children will be better cared for and will live longer. We have here a good instrument for balancing the supply and demand for women, and for equating their price all over India, since caste, regional, religious and other barriers prevent the movement of women. So in course of time one should expect dowries to fall in the north. Kumar, 1983, 63. She even advocates amniocentesis and female feticide as a more humane solution than female infanticide. Is not female feticide better than female infanticide or even the ill treatment of little girls? What are the alternative policies of improving the treatment of women? Kumar, 1983, 64. I do not think that one can find a starker expression of the woman hatred of patriarchal capitalist society, internalized by women themselves and turned against their own sex, than this advice by Dharma Kumar. Patriarchal and sexist social relations are not even mentioned and no change of these is advocated, rather the extermination of women themselves is suggested as a solution. This reminds me of the logic of the population control establishment which suggests eliminating poverty by annihilating the poor. But this case is even worse since it is a woman who is suggesting this femicidal final solution. Rape. Around the time when women's groups and organizations launched a movement against dowry murders in India, another campaign was started against the increase in rape and other brutalities against women. The anti-rape campaign was again started by small feminist groups in Bombay and Delhi. As was the case with dowry murders, rape had for a long time been taken as a normal affair, a feature of the backward or feudal relations apparently prevailing in rural India. After a number of incidents which took place in the big cities, it became clear that rapists were also found among the educated middle class. Moreover, rape cases seemed to be on the increase in the cities. But what eventually horrified and angered the small feminist groups more than anything else was the fact that, after 1978, women were not only raped by all kinds of men, but increasingly by the police, the custodians of law and order. Most of these rapes took place within the police stations themselves, and the victims were mostly gang raped. The first ghastly story of this genre happened in Hyderabad on March 30, 1978. A young Muslim woman from the countryside, Ramiza B., had come to Hyderabad with her husband to visit their relatives. When the couple were returning from a late cinema show, Ramiza B. was picked up by the city police and dragged into a police station. There she was detained the whole night, beaten and raped by at least 3 policemen. After that her husband was also brought to the police station. The police extracted Rs-400 from him. When he learnt that Ramiza B. had been beaten and raped by the policeman, he protested. Then he, too, was beaten so badly by the police that he died the same day. Mutadar Commission Report, 1978. The case was investigated by the Mutadar Commission and the policemen were found guilty. When Justice Mutadar demanded strong action against the guilty policemen, however, the police took their revenge. A film producer from Hyderabad asked Ramiza B., who had meanwhile returned to her hometown, to come to Hyderabad because he wanted to make a film about her. When she was returning from the house of the film producer in Hyderabad, 3 girls approached her and talked to her. All of a sudden, 2 policemen appeared and asked what she had to do with these girls. The girls said that Ramiza B. had taken them for prostitution. Ramiza B. was then arrested on the charge of being a procuress for prostitution. She was declared a prostitute and sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. The police spread all kinds of slander about her. When the trial of the rapists was to start in October 1980, the police requested a transfer of the case to a different and distant state. The Supreme Court agreed on the grounds that the accused might not get a fair trial in Hyderabad. In February, the accused police officers were acquitted of the charges of rape, murder, and extortion. Only 2 constables were declared guilty for wrongful confinement, Mainashi, No. 7, 1981. The Ramiza B. case was followed by mass protest, particularly by Muslim youth, in Hyderabad city. There was also protest in the feminist magazine, Mainashi, and by some women's organizations. This feminist protest became more articulate when, a year after the events in Hyderabad, a woman called Shakila near Hyderabad experienced similar brutal treatment by the police in the small town of Bhangur. This woman was imprisoned by the police in a room near the police station. She had to cook for the policemen during the day, and at night it is alleged that several policemen raped her. Her husband was arrested on a charge of theft and kept in police custody. On October 10, 1979, she and her husband were admitted by the police as unidentified persons to hospital, where Shakila died the same day. Her husband told a fact-finding commission that she had been raped several times during the night, that he had been beaten and forced to swallow sleeping pills. The body of Shakila was hurriedly buried by the police before a post-mortem could take place. This case led to statewide agitation in which a number of women's organizations also participated. Thousands of women came out to protest against police atrocities against women. Faruqi, no date. The case which sparked off a nationwide campaign against rape, however, was that of Mutadar. Mutadar was not even 16 years old. She was raped by 2 constables in a police station. This is how Chhaya Datar describes the events. Mutadar was a landless labourer residing under the Desiganj police station in Chandrapur district in the state of Maharashtra. 2 constables of the Chandrapur police station had been accused of having raped her at the time of interrogation, carried on with respect to some other complaint inside the police station. The prosecution went on for 8 years. The accused were acquitted by the lower court. In the appeal to the High Court, they were found guilty and convicted. Finally, in the Supreme Court, the High Court judgment was reversed and the constables were freed of guilt. The case was closed. Datar, 1981. The policemen were acquitted because the Supreme Court accepted the statement of the constables that the rape took place with the consent of Mutadar. When this judgment appeared in the press in 1979, a small group of women in Bombay, which later started the Forum Against Rape, FAR, supported an open letter initiated by 4 law professors, requesting the reopening of the Mutadar case, on the accusation that the Supreme Court judgment was based on male-biased views. This letter and the demand to reopen the Mathura case became the rallying point for a nationwide women's campaign against rape. It was begun by small feminist groups in Bombay and Delhi, but supported by the women's organizations of the left parties and by a large number of other women's organizations. In the years 1979, 1980, and 1981, numerous rape cases were reported in the Indian press, and the women's movement, which by now had not only gained in number and momentum, but also in a clearer focus on violence against women, came up with one case after the other and demanded a change in the law, stricter punishment for the guilty and, generally, a change in the patriarchal and sexist social values, norms, and institutions. I shall not dwell here on the development of this broad movement which rallied women from all classes, all regions of India and from all political affiliations around the one issue of violence against women. 4 But I want to point out that the anti-rape and anti-dowry murder campaigns marked a change in the new Indian women's movement in the sense that it now became clear that feminism was not only an imported Western ideology, but that its struggle against patriarchal and sexist man-woman relations had relevance also for Indian women. What also became clear in the course of these campaigns was the stark fact that violence against women was also threatening middle-class women. Thus, the standard explanation of the Indian left that rape and atrocities against women were only part and parcel of feudal and/or capitalist class relations could no longer be upheld. Not only landless laborer and poor tribal women were among the rape victims, but also respected and educated middle-class women, as the case of Maya Thiaji shows. Maya, a 23-year-old woman from a well-to-do farmer's family, was traveling with her husband by car to attend the wedding of her niece. Maya was pregnant. When one of the tires got a puncture, they stopped near a police station at Backpat. A policeman in civilian dress came up to the car and started to molest Maya. Her husband then gave him a beating. The man went to the police station and came back with a whole police force which started firing at them. They tried to escape from the police, but 2 people inside the car, including Maya's husband, were shot dead. Another man was also shot dead. After this, Maya was dragged out of the car, beaten, robbed of her ornaments, stripped naked and paraded through the marketplace. She was then brought to the police station where she was raped by 7 policemen, and arrested. They also offered her their urine to drink. The police alleged in their report that it was not a rape case, but that the men killed were robbers and that Maya was the mistress of one of them. Economic and Political Weekly, July 26, 1980, Mainishi, August 1980. This case, more than any of the others, caused mass protests, an uproar in Parliament, protest meetings of many women's organizations and the demand to punish the guilty. The government, however, was reluctant to take strong action against the police, because it feared that its own legitimacy and that of those who are supposed to protect law and order would be undermined. The Home Minister saw Maya Thiaji, but advised a fact-finding committee also to take Maya to the Prime Minister, Ms. Indira Gandhi. This is what the fact-finding committee wrote. Realizing that her, Indira Gandhi's, approval was necessary even to do justice in a case where a woman had been barbarously treated, we asked for an appointment with the Prime Minister and went to her with Maya. The Prime Minister listened to us and then merely remarked in English, "Well, there are different points of view." She wished to talk to Maya herself. We learnt later that she had asked Maya only 2 questions. First, how much gold was she carrying with her and did she have a list of the ornaments? And second, under whose advice was she brought to Delhi? Economic and Political Weekly, July 26, 1980. I have quoted this reaction of the Indian government at length, because it reveals that for politicians, including the woman Prime Minister, this ghastly case was just something to be used in their political maneuvers. The opposition parties used it to demonstrate that Indira Gandhi's government was not able to protect the honour of women in India. In the wake of these events, there was a whole spate of news items in the press about rapes and other atrocities against women. It became clear that not only policemen raped women, although these gang rapes by the police seemed to be increasing, but that rapists were found among ordinary men. Among them were priests, sadhus, postmen, brothers-in-law, teenage boys, the woman's employers, workers, landlords, etc., etc. Gang rapes seem to have become a fashion throughout the country. Moreover, rape cases occurred in all communities, among Hindus, Muslims, and Christians. Not only women of the other communities were raped, but also the women of the community of the rapists. Rameeza B was raped by several Muslim policemen. It had eventually to be admitted that rape occurred in all classes, and that it was on the increase in recent years. Thus the Home Minister had to state openly that, in the years from 1972 to 1978, the following number of rape cases had been officially registered. 1972. 2,562 cases. 1973. 2,861 cases. 1974. 2,862 cases. 1975. 3,283 cases. 1976. 3,611 cases. 1977. 3,821 cases. 1978. 3,781 cases. Sunday, July 27, 1980. These figures are certainly on the low side, but they show the trend towards an increase in rape. Peter Layton from the Marie Stopes Society said that 2 million women were victims of rape every year, Sunday, July 27, 1980. And the Chief Minister of the state of Karnataka said that a woman was raped every 15.3 hours, a woman was kidnapped every 34 hours, Maitree, June-July 1982. Analysis. That violence against women is increasing in India can no longer be denied. Not only the women's movement but also the press, the politicians, and some of the academics have begun to ask for the causes of the growing atrocities against women. Demographers in India are worried about the shrinking female population in India, but do not know how to explain it. 5 For the educated middle class, it was a kind of shock to admit that India was far from the Gandhian ideal of a peaceful society. Hence, the movements against dowry murders and rape were accompanied by reflections by women's organizations, the press, and eventually also some scholars about the reasons why women in India were increasingly becoming victims of male violence, or why they were unwanted. The classical left explanation is that women are not economically equal to men in capitalist countries and that they, therefore, are subjected to male violence. Or that laws are passed, but not executed, and that the government is responsible for the degeneration of the law and order situation. Geeta Mukherjee, 1980. Another explanation from the left is given by Vimla Farooqi. She writes, "In the last 3 decades there has been an alarming degeneration in our social values, because our rulers are pursuing a path of capitalist development while keeping intact the feudal value system which offers the weaker sections no protection at all. Women, being the weakest among the weaker sections, naturally suffer the most. This is a situation which calls for serious consideration by the women's organizations, political parties, and everyone working for the welfare and advance of the nation." Farooqi, 1980. That atrocities against women, particularly dowry demands and murders, are part of India's feudal past is also expressed in the following statement of a liberal paper. But the increase in the number of such complaints and the notice they have attracted through the zeal of organizations like Stree Sangharsh Samiti, Nari Raksha Samiti, Mahila Dakshata Samiti, has created the quite erroneous impression that Indian bridegrooms are becoming more extortionate. The social system has always encouraged them to strike the best conceivable bargain. The richer and better placed the groom, the higher his demands. This is one situation where the educated affluent urban society zealously preserves the values of village India." Editorial, Sunday Statesman, Delhi, August 10, 1980, author's emphasis. It is characteristic of many explanations found in the Indian discourse on violence against women that most of them look at the manifestations of patriarchal and capitalist social relations from a narrow perspective of economic determinism. Thus, Indira Rajaraman explains the spread of dowry among the poorer sections of Indian society, who hitherto had practiced bride price, as a result of the decline in the female rural labour force. This decline was caused, according to her, by the increased productivity of modern agriculture. In her article, Economics of Bride Price and Dowry, Economic and Political Weekly, February 19, 1983, she applies simplistic capitalist cost-benefit calculations to bride price and dowry. As she totally ignores the different historical and cultural roots of either bride price or dowry, she can define them both as a kind of value equivalent for the woman, which may be positive, bride price, or negative, dowry. For her, dowry is a kind of negative bride price, which comes into existence when the economic or productive contribution of the woman, namely her housework, her childbearing capacity and her participation in income-earning work is outweighed by the consumptive costs of feeding and clothing her. This situation has arisen, according to Rajaраman, when women have been thrown out of productive jobs in the informal sector classes. Dowry is thus defined as value of the cost of supporting a woman over a lifetime if female earnings drop to zero, and something less if female earnings drop below the cost of subsistence but not all the way to zero. Rajaраman, 1983, 276. As her whole argument is based on the erroneous assumption that dowry is meant to compensate in part or in full for the lifetime subsistence of a woman, she can also advance the argument, often heard in India, that dowry is basically a rotating fund. It is assumed that families have an equal number of sons and daughters. What they pay as dowries for their daughters, they get back when their sons marry. This assumption of the circulatory character of bride price and dowry based most probably on Levi Strauss's theory of the equation of brides and marriage goods which move in such circles does not only ignore Indian reality, but also the basically asymmetric, non-reciprocal and hypergamous relationship between bride-giving and bride-receiving families in India. Ehrenfels, 1942, Dumont, 1966. Due to the narrow economistic argumentation, Rajaраman is not able to explain the existing situation, namely that now all families with female children are punished due to the dowry system, not only those who have more daughters than boys. Because of the assumption that there is an exchange of value equivalence between the bride-giving and bride-receiving families, she believes that the bride-giving family has some bargaining power vis-a-vis the bride-receiving family. The reality, however, is that the groom's family can almost totally determine the amount of the dowry. The qualities of the groom, his education, caste, family wealth, employment situation, etc., are the measure for the dowry. The bride's beauty, education, employment, family wealth, etc., cannot be used in the bargain to lower the dowry demands of the groom's family. The demands come only from one side, the other side has to supply the goods on top of the woman. But Rajaраman tries to construct an abstract economic model in the face of a reality which has nothing to do with it. Therefore, she can argue that bride price and dowry are basically the same, that the transition from bride price to dowry in the poorer sections of the society need not have any more negative effect than bride price. Whatever the cause of the transition, from bride price to dowry, it is clear that the resulting system of dowry payment will have no more extensive punitive impact than the bride price system it replaces, as long as it retains a purely compensatory rotating character. Rajaраman, 1983, 278. It is not surprising that the policy implications which follow from this argumentation do not demand structural changes of patriarchal and capitalist social relations, do not demand a change in the man-woman relationship, do not demand a different valuation of women's contribution, but only a reduction of expenses, combined with more income-generating activities of women. The economist Bardhan, in his review of Barbara Miller's book on the neglect of female children in North India, Miller, 1981, also explains the declining survival chances of female children in North India by the same economistic logic. As women in the south are still employed in large numbers in wet rice cultivation, the sex ratio in these regions is better than in the north, particularly in the wheat-growing areas of Punjab and Haryana, where women do not participate much in fieldwork. For him too, more employment for women is the best remedy against Indian anti-women tendencies. According to his analysis, The differential survival chances of the female child improve with higher female employment rate or with a lower male-female earning differential per day. If there is any validity to this means that expanding employment opportunities for women or lowering the male-female differential in rural India is not just a feminist cause, it may actually save the lives of many little girls in rural households. Bardhan, 1982, 1450. The problem with explanations like the ones mentioned above is that they are all based on an essentially narrow capitalist concept of economy, irrespective of whether they are advanced by Marxists or non-Marxists. This concept excludes per definition housework and childbearing and child-rearing from the category of productive labor, and thus reduces women to a unit of consumption. Thus, at the center of this argumentation is the concept of woman as a non-productive, dependent housewife. All violence against women, dowry murders, female feticide, rape, neglect of baby girls, etc., is, in the last analysis, attributed to this theoretical assumption that women are a liability, a burden because they are economically non-productive entities. The anti-women tendencies can only be remedied, according to these theoreticians, if the female sex, following Engels's famous statement, is reintroduced into social production, that is, if women are gainfully employed. This logic, however, does not even suffice to explain the existing reality anywhere in the world, let alone in India. It is now known that violence against women is increasing in the West, where at least 40% of the women are engaged in socially productive work outside the household. Wife-beating and violence against women occur in all classes and affect women who are mere housewives as well as women who are gainfully employed. Violence against women is also found in the Soviet Union, cf. Women in Russia, Almanac, 1981, in China, cf. Kroll, 1983, and in Zimbabwe, where prostitutes are persecuted, and other socialist countries like Yugoslavia. 6. Also in India it is more than evident that women are beaten in all classes, irrespective of whether they are economically independent or not. Among the women who were murdered for more dowry were many who were highly educated, held a good job and were indeed income earners for the family. How do Bardhan, Rajaraman, and others account for the murder of such economically productive women? Moreover, I know several unmarried Indian women who seek employment in order to save the income to get a dowry together for themselves because their fathers are too poor or have too many girls. I would suspect that more and more earning women will be asked by their own families to earn the dowry herself, which is necessary for her to be delivered from the odium of spinsterhood. We have also learnt from Manashi Mitra that men give up work altogether as soon as their wives are getting some money from income-generating activities. This brief look at reality may suffice to give up that simplistic economistic argument that women's introduction into socially productive labor will liberate them from patriarchal oppression, exploitation, and violence. The stark reality of existing and growing violence against women all over the world is not only a historical criticism of Engels's famous utopia but also of the concept of capitalism that still prevails unbroken, both with Marxists and non-Marxists. The case of dowry makes it sufficiently clear that the capitalist law of the exchange of equivalents does not function or is not applied when women's contribution to the economy is concerned, irrespective of whether this contribution is housework, childbearing and rearing, or wage work or other gainful employment. This is not just an oversight or a relic from backward, feudal, village India, but a genuine precondition for modernization and development. In fact, the law of exchange of equivalents must not be applied when it comes to women's work. Therefore, this work is separated out of the capitalist economy and obscured. Women do not stop working in the houses, in the fields, in the factories, they do not stop giving birth to children and bringing them up, but this work is no longer considered socially productive work, it is made invisible. Therefore, dowry cannot be a compensation for women's lifelong subsistence, because she herself is de facto the main subsistence worker for the family, often even in middle-class families. If we no longer accept the capitalist separation between productive and non-productive work, we will see that, in fact, more men depend on women's work than do women on a male breadwinner. Dowry as tribute. Historically and structurally, dowry has nothing to do with compensation for providing the bride with her lifelong subsistence. It is, indeed, a kind of tribute from the bride-giving family to the bride-receiving family. The tribute is commanded from one side for the honor the man and his family bestow upon the woman for making her a wife, and for incorporating her into his family. This is the original meaning of dowry. It cannot be understood unless one studies it in the context of the Indian patriarchal system, the caste system and capitalism. Dowry was developed and legitimized by the Brahmins in their theories of patriarchal marriage and family. According to the Brahmanic marriage concept, the daughter is given away by her father. And he who gives has always to give. The relationship between the bride-giving and the bride-receiving families is never an egalitarian one. The bride-receiving groom's family has, per definition, a higher status. The relationship between the two families is always an asymmetric, non-reciprocal one, Kapadia, 1968. As he who gives has always to give, as is the case with a tribute, it is strictly prohibited that the giving side also dare to demand something. In Rajasthan, for example, the bride's family in some communities is not even allowed to visit their daughter's in-laws and accept food from them until she has given a son to her family of procreation. Dowry, therefore, is a clear manifestation of a structurally hypergamous, non-reciprocal, asymmetric, and extractive relationship between a. bride-giving and bride-receiving families, and b. between men and women. In this social relation, one side commands, the woman, goods, money, services, offspring, and the other side has to supply these goods. All the giving side receives is the honor of having given a daughter to such and such a man, and such a family. The Brahmins had a vital interest in the establishment of this non-reciprocal tributary relationship, because this caste of priests neither lived by the work of their hands, as did the other castes, nor from warfare, as did the Kshatriyas. They lived by the gifts given to them by the wealthy and the poor. The givers were only promised spiritual gains for their gifts. This is precisely the relationship between man and woman according to the patriarchal Brahmanical conception, mies, 1980. The woman gives her body, her work, her children, on top of that money and other goods, to her husband, and she receives the honor of being a wife. If there is an exchange, it is one between material and spiritual goods. Due to the high prestige Brahmins and other high castes of the great tradition seven have in India, even now, the dowry-giving families are considered to be of a higher social status than the bride price-giving families. This status has even been further raised due to modernization and westernization. As Srinivas pointed out in 1966, Sanskritization 8 processes go along with westernization processes. But whereas he found that economic prosperity was usually preceding a process of Sanskritization of a community, the spreading of dowry among bride price-giving castes is rather indicative of a trend to use Sanskritic, which means Brahmanical patriarchal customs, to achieve economic prosperity and westernization. Srinivas, 1966. To equate bride price with dowry totally mystifies the basic character of the social relationships which are expressed in these transactions. Whereas bride price, which stems from an originally matrilineal tradition, constitutes indeed a compensation for the loss of women's contribution to the subsistence of her family, the dowry system is a one-sided tribute, in which only the groom's qualities count. Thus, there are differential dowry rates for doctors, officers of the Indian Administrative Service, IAS, and foreign returned PhDs from the USA or England, which are among the highest dowry commanders, not bidders. Under the bride price system, woman's value as subsistence producer is still acknowledged and positively valued. Under the dowry system, this contribution is devalued and obscured. Analysts who apply capitalist supply and demand logics to these transactions contribute further to the obscuring of women's contribution. Looking at concrete historical reality can also help to explode another myth which is generally advanced to explain violence against women, particularly in India. This is the argument that dowry and atrocities against women are manifestations of still backward, feudal or semi-feudal production relations which would disappear with modern, capitalist or socialist production relations. The opposite is in fact the case. Dowries are most exorbitant in the big cities, among the most advanced men, IAS officers, 9 doctors, engineers, dentists, businessmen, and progressive capitalist farmers. Rape and the molestation of women do not only occur in rural India, but increasingly in the big cities. The most modern technology is used to exterminate the female sex in sex selection tests and abortion. Hence, it is not village India that is holding back the civilizing process among the urban, educated middle class, but it is capital patriarchal civilization itself which is the father of barbarism. Atrocities against women are also not alien to capitalism but are manifestations of its basically predatory character, which it has never lost in the course of its history. The case of dowry and the business made by doctors in sex pre-selection tests can help to understand this character. Dowries are increasingly not appropriated by the bride-receiving family as is often assumed but by the bridegroom himself. This is particularly the case with the category of high dowry fetchers. According to a survey of 105 families in the South Indian city of Bangalore, the dowry was handed over to the son-in-law himself in 57% of the cases, Krishnakumari and Geetha, 1983. These men may demand high dowries in cash and kind as a compensation for the money spent on their education, but in many cases they use it for an initial investment to start a business, a lawyer's office, a private practitioner's clinic, an engineering office, etc. The dowry demands also increasingly include expensive and prestigious modern consumer items like a car, a TV set, a scooter, a video set, which are appropriated by the young man himself. Only some of these items are for the whole family, like refrigerators or furniture. Among the poorer sections, these modern commodities may be a Western suit, a radio, a wristwatch, Western shirts. The institution of dowry can thus be seen as a source of wealth which is accumulated not by means of the man's own work or by investing his own capital, but by extraction, blackmail and direct violence. The command over dowry gives all men the chance to get hold of money which they have not earned and to have access to modern consumer items which they might otherwise not be able to buy. The dowry creates a market for such goods, even among people who have to take up consumption loans in order to secure their survival. It paves the way for the spread of market values and market commodities, even among the poor. Are men rapists by nature? Whereas mainly economistic reasons have been forwarded to explain the increase of dowry and dowry murders, the rapid spread of rape, police rape, gang rape, and other sexual assaults on women is mostly explained by the biologistic argument that men's sexuality is basically aggressive and based on irresistible drives, and that of women is basically passive and masochistic. The women's groups who demanded a revision of the definition of consent in the paragraph on rape in the Indian Penal Code have pointed out that it is practically impossible for a woman to prove that she has not consented to sexual intercourse, because resistance to the assault is recognized as non-consent only under fear of death or grave injury. This means that, unless a woman is able to forward evidence that she has been half-killed, it is assumed that she has consented to intercourse. This definition has been amended meanwhile under the pressure of public protest by women, but the ideology which is expressed in the rape law in India, as in most other countries, is still very much there. This ideology consists of a number of male myths about women and sex. These myths are found in most male-dominated societies and it is the institutions and social relations they are meant to prop up which determine people's behavior, and not the written laws. It is useful to look at some of the myths about rape put forward by men in all patriarchal societies, also in India. 1. Rape does not exist, because no woman can be raped against her will. Women like to be raped. 2. Women are masochists by nature, they do not enjoy sex unless they are forced to have intercourse. They want to be beaten and subordinated by force. In the refuges for battered women which feminists organized in Germany and other parts of Europe, many women say that their men used to beat them and then force them to have intercourse with them. 3. A woman who is raped has provoked the man by her behavior, that is, she is behaving like a prostitute. Most women all over the world have first to prove in court that they are not prostitutes. They are considered the guilty party, not the man. The Ramiz Abi case gives glaring evidence of this. 4. It is a woman's fault if she is raped. Why does she wear clothes which provoke men, or walk alone after a certain time in the evening? Why does she go without male protection, etc.? But the Indian cases, as well as many others, prove that the protectors, for example, the police or male relatives, are the rapists themselves. 5. Rape takes place only outside marriage. Intercourse within marriage is, according to the definition of law, based on mutual consent. We all know that as much or even more sexual violence takes place within marriage as outside it. Wife beating is often connected with the refusal of women to have intercourse. 6. Rape occurs mainly in the poorer and less educated sections of society. Hence, it is a manifestation of poverty and backwardness. We have seen that rape, or more generally, sexual violence, is increasing in the urban centers and also among the so-called advanced sections, particularly if one includes sexual violence by family members and husbands in this category. 7. Rape is a feature of feudal or semi-feudal production relations, that is, it is mainly a class issue. The feudal lords and their sons rape the women of the poor peasants. There is harmony between the poor peasant and his wife. These feudal forms of sexual violence will disappear with a change of property relations. This myth is usually put forward by the left. It is not able to explain the increase in sexual violence in the urban centers, in areas which have seen more capitalist development, or the increase in violence against women in the poorer sections of the society by the men of these sections. Most of these myths blame the woman, that is, the victim. These myths also say something about men and their relation to sex. They imply that a man, if provoked, cannot resist and has to assault a woman. This means his sex urge or, as most people put it, his sexual instinct needs immediate satisfaction. As women are seen as basically masochistic and mute, subhuman beings, men are seen as aggressive, if not sadistic, by nature. This nature can only be controlled by severe laws, by strict social taboos on certain categories of women, mothers, sisters, and by the women themselves who are expected to behave in such a way that the aggressive, sadistic sex instinct of men does not get out of control. I wonder whether lawmakers and male scholars have ever thought about the caricature of a human being they have made of themselves by subscribing to such ideas. But it is not only these popular myths which have influenced the common ideology on women, men, and sex. What is more consequential is the fact that most of these myths have been propped up, scientifically elaborated, and proved by a number of highly respected scholars and their theories. Whole libraries have been filled with books which try to prove that men's sexual drives are basically aggressive and uncontrollable, and that women either have no sexuality of their own or that it is their biological destiny to satisfy the aggressive needs of men. To mention only the most famous among these scholars and their schools, Darwin held that evolution was based on control over the aggressive and disruptive instincts of the males in their competition for sexual control over the females. The neo-Darwinists, social Darwinists, and the whole school of behavioral sciences which dominates American social sciences and particularly the social biologists basically subscribe to this concept of man. In particular, scholars like Konrad Lorenz, Lionel Tiger, and Robert Fox have popularized this concept in the last 20 years, epitomized, as we saw, in the man the hunter model. Therefore, aggressiveness is part of men's nature and cannot be changed through social reform or revolution. I am sure that there are many male, and female, social scientists who are against rape for moral reasons, but who nevertheless subscribe to these concepts and theories. If they had a more critical attitude to the hidden biases in scientific thought, they would be able to see that these so-called value-free sciences are based on certain myths which serve to legitimize oppression, exploitation, and subordination of other human beings, women, low castes, classes, peoples, and nations. They would for instance see that biology or nature does not compel any males to rape. Rape does not exist in the animal world. It is an invention of the human male. The survival of the fittest, the strong men, means that the conquerors, the victors, are always right. This is precisely the ideology behind the rape laws and rape myths. Are we unable to see that those who subscribe to this sort of science also subscribe to fascism and imperialism? Even Sigmund Freud, the founder of the psychoanalytic school and the discoverer of the subconscious, was influenced by these myths and their scientific legitimation by the evolutionists. He also believed that culture was based on the repression and sublimation of these violent male sex drives. His theory of the Oedipus complex is basically a theory of male sexual competition between fathers and sons, for one sex object, the mother. Also, Freud subscribes to the theory that male sexuality is active, aggressive in its neurotic forms, sometimes sadistic. And female sexuality is considered to be passive and even masochistic. Woman, according to Freud, can reach her full, adult sexuality only by accepting her natural female role, that is, by giving up her immature clitoral sexuality and switching over to vaginal sexuality, which is necessary for the man to satisfy his sex drive. It is surprising that a serious scholar like Freud consolidates the theory of vaginal orgasm as the mature form of female sexuality, although he must have known that the vagina does not contain nerve ends and hence does not produce an orgasm. He knew that the clitoris is the active sexual organ of women which can produce a female orgasm without penetration of the vagina. But in his preoccupation with male sexuality, he defined women as incomplete or castrated men, the clitoris as a small penis, and the attempt of women to change their subordinate role in society a result of penis envy. Scholars would do well to take a very critical look at these theories before adopting them as their theoretical framework, because they imply that both male and female sexuality are only biologically determined. These theories do not explain why certain parts of the male and female bodies were given prominence at a particular time in history, and others not. It needed, for instance, the feminist movement in the West to rediscover the clitoris as an independent female sex organ. In many parts of Africa, the clitoris is removed by circumcision when girls are 9 to 12 years old. But the women in Europe and in other parts of the world, too, have been psychologically circumcised so that they no longer knew their bodies and did not know what an orgasm was. One cannot talk about men without talking about women. The ideology on rape and male sexuality criticized above had its complementary features in the self-concepts of women all over the world. No aggressor can maintain permanent control over those he has conquered and subordinated unless the subordinated are made to accept this state of affairs as nature imposed or, what amounts to the same, as God-given. The inventors of the patriarchal ideology on men have also invented a fitting ideology for women. That is the ideology of the eternal victim, the ideology of self-sacrifice. In the modern Western version, it is the ideology of female masochism. Hindu religion and popular belief idealize the self-sacrificing woman in the role of the mother, and the Pativrata .10 woman has no identity of her own, she is born to serve others, mainly husbands and sons. She has no autonomy over her own life, her own body, her own sexuality. She is a means, an object, not a subject. The figures of Sati, Sita, and other self-sacrificing women of the Hindu religion are advanced as models for girls even now. They are widely popularized by textbooks, films and novels. No wonder that rape victims, rather than hit back or defend themselves, commit suicide because their honor as a good woman is destroyed. In the self-perception of most women are feelings that they are weak, that they need male protection, that they cannot fight back or should not fight back. Self-immolation, either de facto or symbolically, is the act through which they try to regain their humanity. As in the case of men, women mostly do not recognize how they are subscribing to the ideology of the rapists by clinging to this self-sacrificing ideal of womanhood. The men, particularly those who make money propagating this ideology of the weak woman, cynically put the blame on women, like the filmmaker Dinesh Thakur, who said in a discussion on rape, "Why do women glamorize and idolize a woman who makes sacrifices?" The Times of India, June 15, 1980. But he denies that by having rape scenes and also the self-sacrificing women in his films that he contributes to this ideology for the sake of profit. This is another classic case of putting the blame on the victim while profiting from the attitudes criticized. It is just not enough to say that women want to be victims and idolize self-sacrifice. It is necessary to say that this ideology was invented and is maintained in the interest of men who rule over women. But what is more important, this ideology is the outcome of thousands of years of direct and structural violence against women, first practiced in some patriarchal societies, but universalized today by capitalism. Those who are constantly oppressed directly and women have no autonomy over their lives even now have no other psychological choice but to interpret what they are forced to do into voluntariness if they do not want to lose all self-respect as a human being. This is the deepest reason why women also share in the ideology of their oppressors, and subscribe to the notion that their honor, their family's honor, is violated when they are raped. This is the reason why Maya Tayaji's mother could say that she wished her daughter was dead because, as a result of the rape, she had diminished her family's honor. As long as the rape victims themselves, the mothers and sisters, believe in this concept of honor which they cherish more than the autonomy of a woman over her body and life, they are in tacit complicity with the rapists. Therefore, it is important that women's groups, like Stree Sangharsh in Delhi, attack the notion that rape is a matter of dishonoring women, of humiliating women. This group states, "For us rape is an act of hatred and contempt, it is a denial of ourselves as women, as human beings, it is the ultimate assertion of male power." Point 11. If men were rapists by nature, then we should not witness an increase of rape cases in India and in the rest of the world. The most urgent issue for men and women today is to understand the reasons for this increase in sexual violence. What are the factors that contribute to it? As the man-the-hunter concept offers no explanation for this increase, there must be reasons which do not lie in the male nature, in his genetic infrastructure, but are social, economic, and historical as they have always been. What we can witness today is a general brutalization of life, a merciless struggle of the strong against the weak, the rich against the poor, men against women. This, of course, is the manifestation of the contradictions of a society, and a concept of man based on the man-the-hunter model and a predatory and dominance relationship between man and nature, a concept that emerged, as we saw, with capitalism. But why do these contradictions manifest themselves more now than earlier? Sexual violence has been part and parcel of the patriarchal man-woman relationship. But why are dowry deaths increasing? Why are rapes increasing? Why are the so-called advanced sections of society, the urban middle class, affected by these contradictions? What seems to be happening is the following: the traditional controls and checks of repressive patriarchal morality are breaking down in India and other third world countries, but not through liberalization of sexual morality but by the peculiar way in which capitalism penetrates these societies. The breakdown of the traditional morality is faster in the classes which have made a lot of money in recent years. The men of these classes liberate themselves of many checks and obligations they formerly had vis-a-vis women of the lower classes and of their own class. They imitate the big white men in the West who are their model of a modern man. That is why they adopt Western dress, go abroad for education, accept Western science, they import blue films, but they do not want their women to be emancipated. Capitalism gives them the means to move up and share in the new international, male, culture, but they want their women to remain the repositories of what they consider to be their traditional culture. The women are supposed to follow the traditional ideals of womanhood. This contradiction between an increasingly international male culture of the educated middle class of men in underdeveloped countries, and the jealousy with which they preserve the so-called traditional culture of their women as the main symbol of their national identity is leading to an increased polarization between men and women in these countries. The most well-known example is Iran and Muslim fundamentalism in this respect. The Iranian women are made to wear the veil, but the men do not go back to their traditional dress. This dimension of the relationship of men of colonized countries to men of colonizing countries, I would like to call the big men little men syndrome. The little men imitate the big men. Those who have enough money can buy all those things the big men have, including women. Those who do not have enough money still have the same dreams. It is on this contradiction that the Indian film industry thrives. The men are depicted as modern, fashionable, westernized heroes, the women represent traditional India. And there always has to be rape in these films, but kissing is not allowed by the censors. The maintenance of this contradiction is not only a moral issue, but is closely related to the specific type of capitalist development in India. Films and sex are growth industries in India. The surplus generated through the exploitation of rural labor, for example, in the Green Revolution areas, is not invested productively to give people work and better wages, it is rather exported to the cities and invested in cinemas, the factories of dreams and illusions, mies, 1982. There is a clear connection between the profit interests of a capitalist class and the propagation of sexual violence and rape in films. The little men, who don't have jobs and opportunities and will not go abroad like the film heroes, and the men of the urban rich, are the main audience of these films, and bring the big money to the big men. To compensate for all their frustrations in real life, the filmmakers offer them a rape scene so that they can identify with the aggressor, in a way which does not endanger class domination. As targets for their aggressive tendencies, they are offered women, but not the big men. However, when we analyze concretely the reports on rape cases in India, we find very little or nothing of a need to satisfy an irresistible sexual urge. If any urge appears in these scenes, it is the desire to humiliate, violate, torture, to show that man is the master. We find that rape is in many cases used as an instrument of one class of men to punish or humiliate another class of men. This is most clearly manifest in many rape cases which are taking place in rural areas. Whenever poor peasants and agricultural laborers try to get their legal rights, for example, minimum wages or the land that has been promised to them, they are taught a lesson, they are put in their place. But this invariably involves raping their women. Why? What is the connection between raping some women and their men's claims to land? This shows clearly the link in the minds of the ruling classes between control over means of production, land, and the workers' control over women. If people demand land, they are punished by raping the women of this class. Rape is thus an instrument to maintain both existing class and existing men-women relations. The struggle which takes place is, in fact, a struggle between big men and small men. The women are used in this struggle as objects to prove the manhood of the big men, their power. This power does not only consist in money or control over more property, it is also power stemming from control over arms and the use of direct violence. This becomes particularly clear in the case of police or army rape. The power of the police exists neither in money nor property, but the police have arms. And control over arms gives them a chance to imitate the big men. Of course, in recent years the police in India have been so often set against the people, against the weak and for the protection of the economically strong, that they simply take what they can get by virtue of their arms. I do not think that one can say that they rape because they want sexual satisfaction. Rape and sexual torture have so often been used by police that, most probably, sadistic motives are stronger than the need to satisfy their sexual desires. The police rapes are perhaps the clearest manifestation of the outcome of a basically repressive patriarchal system. Those who are supposed to keep bourgeois law and order are de facto beyond any law because they control arms. To call for more police, even if they are female, to check the increase in rape is, therefore, self-defeating. Police rapes also show the interconnection between the economic motive of getting rich quickly by using direct violence and blackmail, and violence against women. Conclusion. The discussion of violence against women has focused mainly on the situation in India, with which I am more familiar. But it would not be difficult to find other examples of direct and structural violence as an integral part of sex and class relations, as well as of the international division of labor. The Western feminist movement has, since its inception, highlighted this aspect in the advanced capitalist countries. The discussion on clitoridectomy and its modernization in Africa has revealed another dimension of violence against women. Hoskin, 1980, Douali Abdallah, 1982. The Almanac Women in Russia, produced as a samizdat by a group of feminists in the Soviet Union, gives evidence of the brutalization of the man-woman relationship also in this fatherland of the socialist revolution. And the reports which have recently appeared from China about female feticide and anti-women tendencies in the wake of the population control policies of the state are evidence of the fact that modernization policies go along with neo-patriarchal tendencies, even in a socialist country. Violence against women, therefore, seems the main common denominator that epitomizes women's exploitation and oppression, irrespective of class, nation, caste, race, capitalist or socialist systems, third world or first world. If this is so, what theoretical and practical conclusions are we to draw from this recognition? After the above discussion, we are now in a better position to answer the question whether violence and coercion are necessarily part of all production relations women are involved in, or whether they are peripheral to them. From our discussion, it should be clear that violence against women can neither be adequately explained by narrow economistic arguments, basically inherent in capitalist supply and demand calculations, nor by biologistic arguments about an inherently sadistic male nature. All our examples give evidence of the fact that violence against women is a historically produced phenomenon that is closely related to exploitative men-women, class, and international relations. All these relations are today more or less integrated into systems of accumulation. These systems of accumulation are either capitalist or market-oriented, or they are centrally planned or socialist. Irrespective of their ideological differences, the accumulation of capital in both systems is based on the expropriation of subsistence producers from their means of production. In the centers of the capitalist market economies, the expropriated men were turned into the new class of free wage earners, who own nothing but their labor power. But as owners of their labor power, they formally belong to the category of bourgeois free citizens, who are defined as those who own property, and who can thus enter into contractual relationships with each other on the basis of the principle of exchange of value equivalence. Therefore, the proletarian men could be seen as historical subjects, as free persons, also by the theoreticians of a socialist transformation. The women, however, have never been defined as free historical subjects in a bourgeois sense. Neither the women of the class of owners of means of production, nor the women of the class of proletarians were owners of their own person. They themselves, their whole person, their labor, their emotionality, their children, their body, their sexuality were not their own but belonged to their husband. They were property, therefore, following the formal logic of capitalism, they could not be owners of property. If they are formally not included into the category of property owners which the male proletarians are, in the sense that they are owners of their labor power, of their bodies, they also cannot become free citizens, or historical subjects. This means that the civil liberties of the bourgeois revolution are not meant for them. This, I think, is the deeper reason why voting rights were given so late to women and why rape in marriage is not considered as a crime. If women, according to the bourgeois logic, cannot be free subjects because they are property and not owners of property, objects themselves, then it is also not possible to enter into a contract with them, as it is possible with the free proletarian who is, at least formally, owner of his labor power which he can sell to whomever he wants. The labor contract between capitalist and proletarian is based on the assumption that two free subjects enter into a relationship of an exchange of equivalence. Such a contract is not possible with women. If one wants to extract anything in terms of labor or services from them, it is necessary to apply violence and coercion because, although women are not defined as free subjects, they nevertheless have their own will which has to be subordinated by force under the will of the free subjects of civilized society, the men, as well as under the law of capital accumulation. This violent subordination of women under men and the process of capital accumulation was first acted out on a mass scale during the witch hunt in Europe. But it has ever since constituted the infrastructure upon which so-called capitalist production relations could be established, namely the contractual relationship between owners of labor power and owners of means of production. Without this infrastructure of non-free, coerced female or colonial labor in the broadest sense, the non-coerced, contractual labor relations of the free proletarians would not be possible. Women and colonial peoples were defined as property, as nature, not as free subjects, who could enter a contract. Both had to be subordinated by force and direct violence. Economically, this violence is always necessary when people still have some access to means of production. For example, peasants do not voluntarily begin to produce commodities for an external market. They first have to be forced to produce things which they do not consume themselves. or they are evicted by force from their fields, or tribes are driven by force from their territory and resettled in strategic villages. Women's first and last means of production is their own body. The worldwide increase in violence against women is basically concentrated on this territory, over which the big men have not yet been able to establish their firm and lasting dominance. This dominance is not only based on narrowly defined economic considerations, although these play an important role, but the economic motives are intrinsically interwoven with political ones, with questions of power and control. Without violence and coercion, neither the modern men nor the modern states would be able to follow their model of progress and development, which is based on dominance over nature. Within the capitalist market economies, violence against women can, therefore, be explained by the necessity for ongoing primitive accumulation which, according to Andre Gunder Frank, constitutes the precondition for the so-called capitalist accumulation process. In a third world country like India, the people who have become free subjects in the sense described above is rather small. The fact that civil rights are enshrined in the Indian constitution does not affect the de facto production relations, which are, to a large extent, based on violence and coercion. We have seen that violence against women as an intrinsic element of the ongoing primitive accumulation of capital constitutes the fastest and most productive method if a man wants to join the brotherhood of the free subjects of owners of private property. Violence against women and extracting women's labor through coercive labor relations are, therefore, part and parcel of capitalism. They are necessary for the capitalist accumulation process and not peripheral to it. In other words, capitalism has to use, to strengthen, or even to invent, patriarchal men-women relations if it wants to maintain its accumulation model. If all women in the world had become free wage earners, free subjects, the extraction of surplus would, to say the least, be severely hampered. This is what women as housewives, workers, peasants, prostitutes, from third world and first world countries, have in common. 6. National liberation and women's liberation. When one points out the necessary interrelation between capitalist development and women's exploitation and oppression, analyzed in the preceding chapters, one is often asked, but what about socialism? Depending on the political orientation of the questioner, socialism is either seen as the solution to the women's question, or actually existing socialist countries are also criticized because women there also seem to be far from being liberated from patriarchal men-women relations. For many third world women, the issue of women's liberation was and is closely connected with the issue of national liberation from colonial and/or neo-colonial dependency, and with the perspective of building up a socialist society. And even many feminists in the West looked at the combination of an anti-imperialist struggle with an anti-patriarchalist struggle with great hope, at least in the early 1970s. As had happened with the students' movement, also large sections of the feminist movement in the West expected the real feminist breakthrough to come from the women's movements in third world countries which were fighting an anti-imperialist liberation struggle. I remember a poster hanging over my desk during the Vietnam War. On a red background there were 3 women with guns in their hands. Under them was written, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam, Victoire. The women symbolized the national liberation struggles of these peoples. We all know such posters, they are being sold at solidarity meetings for national liberation movements in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The woman with the gun in one hand and a baby on her back is the standard image by which the unity between national liberation and women's liberation is symbolized. Many of us have been inspired for many years by this image without questioning why national liberation movements always choose women to symbolize a free nation, or whether there was indeed this supposedly logical connection between national liberation and women's liberation. Today such posters rather evoke in me a feeling of sadness. If we ask what has happened to women's liberation after victory in a national liberation war, we are today faced with growing evidence of the persistence or even a renewed introduction of sexist and patriarchal attitudes and institutions in such countries. Rowbottom, 1974, Weinbaum, 1976, Erdong, 1979, Reddock, 1982. Recent reports about female infanticide and feticide in China and about the campaign launched by the Zimbabwean government against prostitutes have destroyed the illusion that there would be a direct path from national liberation to women's liberation. Faced by these developments, some Western feminists who drew inspiration from women's participation in liberation struggles in Asia, Latin America, or Africa are now turning away from asking why women's liberation did not follow national liberation. They give up their former internationalist orientation with the arguments that we Western feminists have no right to criticize these countries, that we do not know enough about what is happening there, that culturally and historically these societies are so different from Western societies that our criticism would amount to yet another manifestation of paternalism or Eurocentric cultural imperialism. As many are afraid of being accused of feminist racism by third world men and women, they rather avoid the issue altogether and concentrate on what is happening in their own society. Others, who are still active in solidarity groups and believe in some kind of socialist internationalism, often argue that women in socialist countries have made great steps towards their liberation, that emancipation is not achieved at a stroke, that these societies are in a phase of transition from capitalism/imperialism to socialism and communism, and that they are in any case better equipped to bring about full liberation for women than capitalist societies. I do not think that either of the two positions is very helpful for furthering our understanding of what is happening in the world, and for furthering women's liberation. Moreover, events in the USA and Europe force Western feminists to develop a somewhat clearer position regarding the question of the relationship between national liberation and women's liberation because, at present, women are again being reminded in many Western countries of their national duties to bring forth children for race and nation, Women and Fascism Study Group, 1982, or to be ready to join the military forces for the defense of the fatherland, as is happening in West Germany today. Also, these policies are based on the assumption that women's interests are identical with national interests. And there are even some feminists who think that women's participation in military service could further equality between men and women. 1. The majority of European feminists, however, do not believe in this equality brought about by the Brotherhood in Arms. Many have joined the peace movement in the years 1982 and 1983, because they felt that the threat of an atomic holocaust, brought about by the stationing of SS-20 and cruise missiles in Pershing II, by the two superpowers was the immediate cause to fight against. But also in the peace movement feminists could not escape the issue of national liberation and women's liberation. Many of them were against the use of arms altogether, sometimes on the basis of a more or less implicit assumption that women, because of their capacity to give life, could not also be on the side of those who destroy life. This has also basically been the position of the old left women's peace movement and its follow-up organizations. 2. But these women face a dilemma when it comes to the question of women's participation in national liberation struggles. Many acknowledge the necessity of an anti-imperialist struggle and sometimes also support national liberation movements. But they do not know how to harmonize their implicit or explicit understanding of a basically pacifist or nonviolent female nature with the reality that all national liberation movements are also drawing women into the actual fight with arms. If the image of the woman with the baby and the gun has no positive meaning for them in their own situation, how can they then support it in the case of women in national liberation struggles? Or is it sufficient to say that there is a basic difference between a war a nation or a people fights for its liberation from imperialist and colonial dependency, and an inter-imperialist war? Third world women, involved in a liberation struggle or in nation building after such a struggle, may find these moral dilemmas of Western feminists a luxury they may have no time to indulge in. But even they cannot escape the question eventually, if they do not deliberately close their eyes to reality. The moment will come when they have to ask, like the woman in Zimbabwe who was picked up by the police in the anti-prostitution drive last year, whether this was the state or the society her brothers died for. Sunday Mail, Harare, November 27, 1983. 3. Not only for feminists from imperialist countries, but also for feminists from colonies and ex-colonies the relationship between national liberation and women's liberation is far from clear. A clarification of this question, however, is more than ever necessary today, since not only women from overdeveloped and underdeveloped market economies are linked to each other and integrated into the world market by the International Division of Labor, but also women from centrally planned socialist economies. A discussion of the relationship between national liberation and women's liberation will, therefore, have to take cognizance of the existing International Division of Labor and its relation to a particular sexual division of labor. The questions to be clarified are not only whether women, after a national liberation struggle, have more access to political power than before, but also whether the socialist goal of a classless society was achieved and an abolition of an exploitative and oppressive sexual division of labor took place. An answer to these questions will depend, in the last analysis, on the concept of society and the model of development that is pursued during and after the liberation struggle. In this, the concept of the nation-state plays an important role, because the post-liberation nation-states are the political subjects which determine the further destiny of people, also of women. Before we come to this discussion, it may be useful to have a brief look at some of the post-liberation socialist states and ask what happened to women's liberation after the victory was won. This analysis cannot attempt to be comprehensive and do justice to the complex historical reality that emerged during and after the liberation wars and/or the revolution in these societies. I shall concentrate on some societies which followed a socialist perspective, and combined the transformation of production relations from private property to collective or state property with a claim to bring about women's emancipation from feudal, or patriarchal male dominance. The most prominent of these are the Soviet Union, which provided the initial model of a socialist society, and China and Vietnam. Developments in other socialist countries which underwent a national liberation struggle, like Yugoslavia, Cuba, Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Algeria, etc., would show variations from patterns observed in the three cases mentioned above, but there will also be fundamental similarities regarding the strategy of women's liberation because in all these states, the strategy followed for women's liberation was/is based on the theoretical foundations worked out by Marx and Engels. The theoretical foundations for the assumed interrelation between women's liberation and national liberation struggles and the ensuing building up of socialist production relations were laid down by Marx, and, more particularly, Engels, who emphasized the necessity for women's re-entry into socially productive labor as a precondition for their liberation from patriarchal bondage. Following the bourgeois political economy, which defines housework as non-productive and private, see Chapter 2, and the sphere of commodity production and surplus generation as productive and public, Engels saw a direct correlation between women's participation in wage labor and an improvement of their economic, as well as their human and political, status. As Marx and Engels saw the free wage laborer as the subject of history, women could become historical subjects only by entering the wage labor force. August Bebel, Clara Zetkin, and later on Lenin, elaborated this theory of women's emancipation a bit further, but did not add any substantially new elements to it. Where the leaders of revolutionary national liberation struggles adopted scientific socialism, developed by Marx, Engels, and Lenin, as their theoretical and strategic framework, they also included their ideas on women's liberation into their revolutionary project. The main strategic points derived from this general theory can be summarized in the following manner. The woman question is part of the social question, that is, the question of production relations, property and class relations, and will be solved in the course of the overthrow of capitalism. Women have, therefore, to enter social production, that is, waged labor outside the household, in order to gain a material base for their economic independence and emancipation. As capitalism has eliminated the differences between men and women, because all are made propertyless wage workers, Zetkin, there is no longer a material base for women's oppression among proletarians, and hence no need for a special women's movement in the working class. Working class women should, therefore, participate in the general struggle against the class enemy, together with their male class companions, and thus create the precondition for their emancipation. Women as women may be oppressed or subordinated, but they are not exploited. If they are wage workers, they are exploited in the same way as male workers are exploited. This exploitation they can fight, together with the men, in a struggle for a change of production relations, class struggle. The struggle against their specific oppression as women has to take place on an ideological plane, through legal action, education, propaganda, exhortation, and persuasion, not at the level of basic production relations, where the problem of exploitation is tackled. This struggle is, in any case, secondary to the class struggle, which is primary. Therefore, women should not form separate and autonomous organizations. Their organizations should be under the direction of the Revolutionary Party. Separate women's organizations would be divisive for the unity of the oppressed class. So also would be too much emphasis on particular women's grievances. After a revolutionary change of basic production relations and women's entry into social production or wage labor, there must also be a collectivization, socialization, of private domestic labor and child care. This will enable women to participate not only in wage labor, but also in political activity. On the level of man-woman relations or the family, efforts have to be made to achieve true equality or democracy between man and woman. This is possible through ideological struggle since the family has lost its economic meaning. In the following, I shall give a brief overview of some of the main countries which have gone through a revolution or national liberation struggle, and have followed the above principles of women's liberation, combined with a strategy of socialist development. The leading questions will be whether women, who in most cases participated in large numbers in the actual liberation wars, have been able to achieve liberation from patriarchal relations as well. Elizabeth Krall, 1979, has analyzed the experiences of rural women in production and reproduction in 4 countries which have undergone a socialist transformation of production relations, some of which after a revolutionary struggle, namely the Soviet Union, China, Cuba, and Tanzania. As her findings are very relevant to our question, I shall briefly summarize them. All 4 countries have undertaken programs of collectivization in the agricultural sector in order to change the production relations from privately held property in land to socialized forms of ownership, state farms, communes, cooperatives. It was expected that this collectivization would liberate rural women from the patriarchal control of the male head of household, since they could become individual members and wage earners in these collectives. Their labor should become visible, individually remunerated and a source of economic independence. Krall, 1979, 2. But, apart from these collectivized units, all 4 have maintained, or even re-established, as is happening in China today, privately owned plots. In all 4 countries great efforts were made to mobilize women to enter social production, that is, to participate in collective agricultural production because, following the general Marxist theory on women, they were seen as housewives and hence involved in private production. In Russia and Tanzania, however, women had always participated in large numbers in agricultural production. In Tanzania, they even constitute the main agricultural labor force. In China their participation differed between the north and the rice-producing south. Whereas women in the north hardly did any field work, women in the south did. In Cuba women were drawn in large numbers into agricultural wage labor only in the 1970s. Women in the dual economy. In all 4 countries today women not only participate in large numbers in the collectivized sector of agriculture, but they are also the main labor force in the private sector which still remained, or was recreated. Let us consider the examples of the Soviet Union, China, and Vietnam for illustration. The Soviet Union. Due to its policy of rapid industrial growth which drew many men from agriculture to the urban industrial centers, peasant women in the Soviet Union had to shoulder a large proportion of agricultural production. They make up 56.7% of the labor force on collective farms, 41.0% on state farms, 65.2% on individual peasant farms and 90.7% on private subsidiary farms. Dodge, 1966, 1967, 1971, quoted in Krall, 1979, 1516. Yet, the number of days per year which women have to work on collective farms is lower than that of men. This is mainly due to their involvement in the private subsidiary sector, which provides between 75–90% of the subsistence food for the rural households. Also, mainly older women work on these private plots. Thus, women's labor in agriculture in the Soviet Union is divided up between an informal sector of privately owned plots with subsistence production, and a formal sector of state-owned collectivized farms. They constitute by far the bulk of the subsistence producers and still make up about 50% of the labor force on the state farms. On top of this double workload, they are responsible for all the household work. Men do not generally share housework in the Soviet Union, and the socialization of housework in the form of creches, kindergartens, public dining rooms, etc., has not been adequately developed. Apart from a short period of radical reforms and experiments immediately following the 1917 revolution, the provision of public services was not of primary concern to the government. Creche and nursery facilities remained largely concentrated in the cities, where 37% of the school children go to a creche or nursery. Also, the few public canteens which still remain are in the cities. On the state farms, women usually perform the unskilled, non-specialized tasks which involve physical labor and not machines. They have less education and training than the men, and thus their proportion in the managerial and supervisory jobs is low. They are rarely heads of farms, brigades, or dairy departments, or farm managers. Due to their heavy workload, and the unchanged sexual division of labor in the household, women's political participation in the Soviet Union is generally low, particularly in rural areas. As political gatherings take place outside working hours, that is, mainly in the evening, women who have to do the shopping, cooking, and housekeeping after their work on farms or in factories are not able to attend such meetings. All reports admit that, due to the burden of household responsibilities, women cannot compete with men over hours and commitment in political activities. The consequence is that they are even more underrepresented among political decision-making bodies. Kroll, 1979, 1718. The high rate of employment of women in the socialized and so-called subsidiary sectors, the limited availability of public services and communal facilities, the lack of modern household gadgets and appliances, and the refusal of men to share housework mean that women have much less leisure time than men and are constantly overburdened. The resentment of Russian women at this situation, particularly at the persistent and reinforced patriarchal and sexist attitudes of men, who fill their leisure time with drinking and TV watching without bothering in the least how the housework is done, also found vivid and bitter expression in the almanac Women in Russia, brought out as a samizdat by a group of Russian feminists in 1980.4. This is a phenomenon which could be observed in all four societies. A new division of labor seems to have been established, not between skilled and unskilled or lighter or heavier jobs within agriculture, as before, but between agricultural and non-agricultural jobs. Kroll, 1979, 5. Typically, the non-agricultural jobs are mainly in the hands of men, a situation which we already know from both over- and underdeveloped market economies. Women in the Soviet Union tried to lower their double or triple burden of work by refusing to bear more children. As the state treated them mainly as workers, without including housework and child-rearing in the category of productive labor, without providing sufficient collective services because these appeared too costly, without any change in the sexual division of labor, the women answered with a kind of birth strike. This led to a downward trend in the birth rate, which caused great concern to government circles who feared the negative effects of this trend on the economy as well as on political and military power. As is happening in capitalist industrialized countries, for example, West Germany, the government has offered financial incentives to married and for a time also to unmarried women to bear more children. Motherhood has been extolled as a patriotic duty and those who had many children were honored accordingly. Kroll, 1979, 19. Yet, as nothing else had changed in the patriarchal setup, in the definition of productive and non-productive work, women resisted complying with the dual demands of the government to enter productive labor and to bear many children. As one woman doctor observed, all theories about improving the status of women were made by men who had no interest in that neglected area, reproduction, which filled women's lives. Kroll, 1979, 20. China. The People's Republic of China also followed the socialist principles of women's emancipation spelled out above. But due to the prolonged national liberation struggle, in which women participated to a large extent, combined with a revolutionary transformation and Mao Zedong's priority to rural development instead of to rapid industrialization, the changes that took place in women's life appeared to be more dramatic than those in the Soviet Union. Moreover, Mao Zedong had specifically included the patriarchal power of men over women into one of the four powers which held the Chinese people down and which had to be toppled by revolution. The heroic stories of women who participated in the revolutionary struggle, both as combatants and in maintaining the economy, are well known. One of the structural changes necessitated by the Liberation War was the taking over of field work by women which, according to a survey of 1937, had been traditionally a men's domain in China. After the revolution, a number of legal changes were introduced which tried to combine the abolition of patriarchal husband power with the introduction of women into social production. Thus, the new marriage code of 1950 was combined with the law on land reform. The Chinese leadership took the decision to distribute land not to families, which would have meant to male heads of households, but to those who de facto worked on the land. Thus, also women who worked on the land were given land titles. Even when families as a unit were given the land rights, a special clause provided that women had the same rights as men, even the right to sell the land, which was a truly revolutionary measure because it rooted the emancipatory demands in the change of the basic production relations between men and women. Women and men could become owners of land. As land reform was combined with marriage reform which provided for easy divorce for women, the consequence was a spate of applications for divorce, most of them from women. As Delia Davin reported, many rural women immediately grasped the significance of this combined reform, and said that they would ask for a divorce when they would get their land title, then their husbands could not oppress them any longer. Davin, 1976, 46. Meyer estimates the number of divorces that occurred in the first 4 years after the marriage reform at 800,000, Meyer, 1971, 120. The conflicts that arose in the countryside due to these changes were such that, after a period in which women were encouraged to grasp their new rights vis-a-vis husbands and in-laws, the cadres of the mass organizations were advised to go slow with implementation of the marriage reform and try to solve marital conflicts by persuasion rather than by divorce. In the course of time, the radical marriage reforms of the early revolutionary and post-revolutionary phases were again changed in the direction of more conservative and patriarchal family relations. According to Delia Davin, 1976, and Batya Weinbaum, 1976, the official policy regarding women in China fluctuated several times after the revolution, following the general economic and political priorities spelled out by the communist leadership. This policy put either more stress on women, as productive workers or as reproductive housewives and consumers. After the establishment of the People's Republic of China, it was necessary to mobilize all people for the reconstruction of the economy and an increase in production. In the early 1950s, women were encouraged to enter social production both in agriculture and in industry. By their participation in labor outside the home, they increased their income, but they had to neglect their domestic responsibility. This contradiction was partly solved by the mobilization of older women, such as grandmothers, to take care of small children. Where women had no such help, they had to reduce their wage labor, and thus had to accept lower work points. In some areas women achieved only half of the work points of men. Davin, 1976, 149. Child care and other domestic services were not yet collectivized to a great extent. There was a brief period of renewed glorification of housework as the true domain of women in 1955, under the influence of Liu Shaoji, during which women were demanded to do more half-paid or unpaid work in dependence organizations in the cities in order to make room for men in the expanding socialized sector, particularly industry. Davin, 1976, 66. This policy was changed again with the Great Leap Forward and the establishment of communes in 1958. The campaign aimed to draw all members of the household into social production. This meant that domestic services also had to be socialized to a certain degree to free women for work in the fields. Nurseries, kindergartens, community dining rooms, grain mills, etc., were set up. According to an estimate in 1959, 4,980,000 nurseries were set up in rural areas and 3,600,000 public dining rooms. Kroll, 1979, 25. But much of this collectivization was done along the same sexual division of labor as before. Men used to go into the more capital-intensive, collectivized, or state-owned sectors of industry and agriculture, whereas women had to build up the so-called risk sector in collectivized services, in education and health, and in small-scale production of basic consumer goods, in street factories and workshops. This sector is characterized by a low level of technological development, low capital outlay, production of subsistence consumer goods, and low income. In 1958, 83% of the workers' Indiana state-owned production units were male, whereas in the street factories 85% of the workers were female. Between 1959 and 1960, Weinbaum, 1976. Thus, the sexual division of labor coincided with a sectoral division of the economy into the well-known structure of a formal and an informal sector, where women constituted the bulk of the labor force in the informal sector. The efforts at collectivization of domestic services, however, did not last long. After 1960, most of the rural child care facilities were closed down again because of the shortage of trained personnel and because private grandmothers were cheaper. Also, community dining halls proved to be more expensive than private domestic labor performed by women free of cost. Kroll, 1979, 25. Since this experiment in the late 1950s, there has been no particular effort to socialize housework. During the Cultural Revolution, and particularly during the anti-Confucius campaign, the patriarchal, or as official parlance went, the feudal attitudes of men were criticized. They were asked to share in household tasks, but these efforts remained typically on the cultural, that is, the ideological level, and did not touch the social relations of production and reproduction. Due to their continuing responsibility for reproduction and for the labor-intensive, low-remunerated, informal sector, women usually achieved fewer work points than men. This was also due to the fact that the criteria for the measurement of work were based on physical energy expended. Thus, men's work was supposed to be heavy work, and they, therefore, got more work points than women, whose work was considered to be light work. Davin, 1976, 145-146. As in the Soviet Union, the participation of women in political activities, and particularly in decision-making processes, is not proportionate to their participation in the economic process as a whole. In the 1970s, women represented 1/3 to 2/5 of the members of the Communist Party. Kroll, 1979, 23. Their representation in revolutionary committees where the main decisions were made regarding the implementation of government policy was far from satisfactory. Even where the majority of workers are women, the managing committees are often made up of a majority of men. In particular, women's representation in the higher echelons of economic and political power continues to be low, even today. And in spite of a considerable exhortation that women should come forward for leadership in political organizations, their participation in these bodies is in no way representative of their number and their importance for the society. Their participation in the National People's Congresses between 1954–1978 rose initially from 11.9% to 22.6% in 1975, but then dropped again to 21.1% in 1978. Kroll, 1983, 119. As Elizabeth Kroll remarks, this lack of political participation cannot be attributed only to die-hard feudal attitudes, but has to be explained by the structural necessities of the development model followed in China. It can be expected that the shift towards modernization, rapid growth, and industrialization will aggravate the dilemmas which Chinese women already had to face, namely, the contradiction of being ideologically mobilized to enter social production, but in fact being pushed back into the sphere of the privatized household and the informal sector. This is so because the maintenance or reconstitution of a patriarchal sexual division of labor with women responsible for household and subsistence production still provides the cheapest means not only for the reproduction of labor power, but also for lowering the production costs of marketable consumer commodities. Thus, a policy of rapid modernization will, of necessity, lead to the reconstitution of the housewife model, as we know it from other third world and first world societies. In fact, analyses of the effect of the new policies of the Chinese government after Mao on women, Kroll, 1983, and Ers, 1981, reveal that, as in India and other parts of the underdeveloped world, women in China are no longer defined mainly as producers or workers, but increasingly as dependents, consumers, and breeders. Whereas in the 1960s and early 1970s, the contradiction between a socialist strategy for women's emancipation and the de facto policy of making women, not men, responsible for unpaid and low-paid household and subsistence production, gardening, private plots, handicrafts, childcare, health services, was still camouflaged behind a lot of revolutionary rhetoric which emphasized women's contribution to the revolution. This rhetoric seems to have been given up, together with the socialist strategy to liberate women from people to population. I shall limit the discussion to that aspect of the new policy on women which shows more clearly than others the shift towards housewifeization in China, namely the new population policy. Before Mao's death, the masses, the people, were mainly seen as producers, capable of solving their problems themselves. But the new government is emphasizing the consumptive costs of a growing population. Since 1979, it has launched a campaign for the promotion of one-child families. It has calculated the costs of educating and employing the young generation, the costs of providing basic needs for a billion nation, and has shown that, with more than one child in each family, there would be few resources left for accumulation, investment, modernization, and an increasing standard of living for urban as well as rural households. It would also be difficult to provide employment for a growing population. Kroll, 1983, 91. The emphasis on people as consumers is part and parcel of the policy of the four modernizations because consumers are not only a cost factor, but constitute also the necessary market for the consumer goods and gadgets which are considered indicators of a modern standard of living. The present Chinese government sees the large and growing population as one of the main obstacles in its effort to reach the goal of modernization. Before 1979, family planning was part of general health work and work with women, where the decision to limit the number of children was left to the couple or the women. Now the control of people's generative behavior has become a direct state affair. The decision of a couple to have or not to have another child has become a question of responsibility for the nation's welfare. This responsibility is mainly put on the shoulders of women. They are the main target group for family planning measures. We have, thus, the peculiar situation that the state in the Soviet Union has declared that it is women's patriotic duty to bear more children, whereas the state in China makes it women's patriotic duty to reduce the number of their children to one child. In both cases, women have had practically no say in the formulation of these policies. It is the state which regulates and controls their childbearing capacity. In China, the state is using an elaborate system of coercion, of punishments and rewards to get this capacity under control. This system of coercion, first designed by the scientific advisors of the Population Control Establishment in the USA, Mass., 1976, then applied in countries like Singapore and India, means that economic rewards or punishments are used to force couples to lower the number of their children to the number targeted by the government. The Chinese government has set itself the population growth targets of 1% by the end of 1979, 0.5% by the end of 1985, and 0 population growth by the end of the century. Kroll, 1983, 89. This means that families cannot have more than one child. The punitive economic sanctions used against families who do not, on their own, fulfill the patriotic duty of adhering to the one-child norm include an excess child levy as economic compensation to the state for the cost another child means for the community. The total income of such couples is reduced from 5–10% over a period of 10–16 years after birth. Sometimes the levy for a third or fourth child is 15–20% of the couple's income. The wages of couples may be directly debited by their units of employment, or in the rural areas a production team may retain an equivalent portion of their distributed income. Krall, 1983–89. The mother with more than one child is excluded from free maternity care. The couple has to bear all expenses for medical care and education of the extra child. The child gets no priority in admission to kindergarten, school, or medical institutions. In the countryside, the grain ration for the surplus child is either reduced or available at a higher price. In the cities, the families with more than one child do not get additional housing space. In the rural areas they do not get additional land for private plots and the right to collective grain in times of flood and drought. Commune members are punished by losing 3 to 5 work days per month. Parents do not get promotion for 4 years or may be demoted, or their salaries reduced. Anders, 1981, 52, Krall, 1983, 90. The one-child families, on the other hand, get economic rewards and privileges. They include a cash subsidy for health or welfare paid to the couple monthly or annually until the child is 14 years old. In rural areas the parents are entitled to additional private plots from the commune, in the cities, to extra housing space. The single child is entitled to free education, free health services, and gets priority in admission to nurseries, schools, and hospitals. It also gets an adult grain ration. The parents of such a child get an additional subsidy to their old age pension. Krall, 1983–89. The state is using the organizational machinery set up in the cities and the countryside in the course of the collectivization program to implement this population policy. The policy itself has been formulated by family planning committees which work under the control of party committees. There are hardly any women in these decision-making bodies. But the actual implementation of population control measures has to be carried out by local units of the women's organization, by barefoot doctors and health workers, who are mainly women. Anders, 1981, 52. The fact that each person is a member of some kind of organization makes an almost total control of women's generative capacity possible. Each family is visited individually by members of the family planning committee of the neighborhood, the factory, the rural production team, etc. Women and men are put under pressure to comply with the one-child norm. The women are given a one-child certificate which entitles them to a number of privileges. Each woman is allotted a particular year in which she should have a baby. Anders, 1981, 52. This massive state control of women's reproductive activity has met with resistance, particularly in the rural areas. There the percentage of one-child families is lower than in the cities and the birth rate was, in 1981, even rising instead of falling. Krall, 1983, 96. The reasons given by Elizabeth Krall for the peasants' resistance to the state intervention in their decisions to have children point to the basic dilemma of the government's policy of modernization. At the same time as the value of the labor resources of the peasant family is maximized by the new economic policies, so the single-child family policy attempted to radically restrict the birth of potential laborers. The conflicting demands on the peasant household by the Chinese state as both a unit of production and reproduction have probably never been greater. Krall, 1983, 96. Single-child families are allotted more private land and have a reduced output quota to be handed over to the collective. But more private land also means increased need for more family labor which, on the other hand, is being curtailed by this policy. Single-child families in the countryside can solve this basic contradiction only by working more and longer hours. As no changes have occurred in the sexual division of labor, it can only mean that women who comply with the government policies will have to work more on the private plots. The contradictory policy has its roots in the new conception of women mainly as breeders and consumers, and of children mainly as cost factors. But for the peasant households everywhere, children and women are mainly producers and not only consumers, as may be the case for the urban middle classes and workers. In the wake of the state's population control measures, another conflict has arisen which, in the last analysis, is capable of undoing whatever emancipatory progress had been made by women in China. The single-child family constitutes a threat to the old age security system in the rural areas. As old parents have to be looked after by their children in their old age, women in the countryside still prefer 3 or more children, Kroll, 1983, 97-98, and their preference is mainly for boys, because old parents usually live with their sons. This is a direct result of the unchanged patrilineal and patrilocal marriage and kin patterns. Whereas the reform of the marriage law foresaw a number of changes for the women, viz., easier divorce, free choice of partner, it left intact the traditional patrilocal and patrilineal structure of the families. This means a woman moves to her husband's residence and village at the time of marriage, gets incorporated into his line, loses the base she had in her parental village and is supposed to bring forth sons who would look after the old parents and continue the male kinship line. Thus, even after the collectivization of land, the men in the villages remained in their kinship and family relations, whereas the women were all brought in as outsiders. Lanny Thompson has shown that these patriarchal structures were even deliberately used in the collectivization drive to break the resistance of peasants against collectivization. The brigade was equivalent to a village, the production team to a patrilineal kin group. Together as a team, a group of male kinsmen held usage rights over socialized land, water, and equipment. Many of the small teams were referred to by family name, and in the village members of one family may have held the most prominent position. Thompson, 1984, 195, Diamond, 1975. And the local cotters are also mostly drawn from these male lineage groups. As women in this system are an economic loss to the parental families, the parents do not invest much in their education and training. By the new economic policy of reprivatization of parts of the land, these patriarchal structures are strengthened. But the combination of economic policies, the population policy and patriarchal structures is detrimental to women. The party puts enormous moral and economic pressure on the woman to have only one child. The patrilocal and patrilineal kin group demands that this child should be male and that she should have more sons. As has been reported by the press, the consequences of this policy range from the killing of female children to female feticide, where sex pre-selection technology is available, to forced termination of pregnancy, even at a late date, and to forced sterilization. As in India under the emergency rule from 1975 to 1977, cotters get financial rewards of up to Y100 for meeting certain sterilization or abortion quotas, or they get penalized by Y10 if they do not meet these quotas. Thus, force is used by cotters in China, as it was in India, to meet the targets set by the government. The use of force and indirect coercion is not an outcome of inherently aggressive or feudal remnants, but of the structural contradictions, particularly in the rural economy, as well as in the modernization model followed by the state as a whole. The state is not in a position to achieve its modernization goal unless it squeezes more surplus out of the countryside. On the other hand, the state cannot provide for adequate food, shelter, old age care, health care, and education for all its rural citizens. In this situation, it is not surprising that peasants in China resist the government policy of population control by saying, "We cultivate our own land, eat our own grain and bring up all our children on our own. We have taken responsibility for the land, there is no need for you, the state, to bother about our childbirth," quoted by Kroll, 1983, 97. The Women's Federation of China seems utterly helpless in its effort to criticize the anti-woman tendencies which have come to the surface recently. It had always been an instrument for the implementation of party politics designed mainly by male leaders. Thus, it was also instrumental in bringing the new government's policies to the women masses. Anders, 1981, 45-46. Following the official socialist theory and strategy of women's liberation, the anti-woman tendencies are seen as ideological survivals of feudalism. The women's organization is not capable of identifying these tendencies as part and parcel of the new production relations. But these are not just a reconstruction of feudal patriarchal ones, but are structurally the same as those we find in other underdeveloped countries which are being integrated into the capitalist system. By defining women as housewives and breeders, it is possible to obfuscate the fact that they are subsidizing, as unpaid family workers and as low-paid production workers, the modernization process. And as in other such, apparently dual, economies, violence here is also the last word to ensure socialist ongoing primitive accumulation of capital. Vietnam. In Vietnam, too, the Communist Party had made women's emancipation one of the 10 principal tasks of the revolutionary struggle against colonialism and capitalism. It seems the Marxist leaders saw the tactical necessity of mobilizing women for the anti-colonial and class struggle right from the beginning. They tried to bring a Marxist perspective to the already existing women's movement. According to Truong Van Dam, male revolutionaries even published books on the woman's question under a female pseudonym and proposed strategies to bring bourgeois and Marxist women together in a united front to fight against the common colonial enemy. Truong Van Dam, 1984. In so doing, the Communist Party followed the well-known strategy of denouncing feminist ideas about equality as bourgeois ideologies, and subordinating women's struggles for emancipation to the task of national liberation. The party must liberate women from bourgeois ideologies, eradicate the illusion of sexual equality advocated by bourgeois theories. At the same time, it must make women participate in the revolutionary struggle of workers and peasants. This is the essential task. Because if women do not participate in these struggles, never will they be able to emancipate themselves. To achieve this, it is necessary to combat feudal or religious customs and superstition, give female workers and peasants a serious political education, raise their class consciousness and make them participate in working class organizations. My Thi2 and Lethi Nam Tuet, 1978, 1034, quoted by Truong Van Dam, 1984. The mobilization of women for the national liberation struggle was crucial. Theoretically and strategically, the Communist Party followed the principles laid down about the woman's question by Marx, Engels, and Lenin. This means, above all, women's entry into social production was seen as a precondition for their liberation. But this classical Marxist-Leninist assumption, that women in pre-revolutionary societies are not involved in public social production, is simply not based on a concrete analysis of Vietnamese reality. Because, as Christine White remarks, the masses of peasant women in Vietnam were not cloistered or limited to working in the house, but worked in the fields, in rice cultivation, traveled all over the country as traders, and thus played a crucial role in social production. White, 1980, 7.5. The leaders of the Communist Party understood that it was absolutely necessary to mobilize women for the continuation of this social production, not for a re-entry, if they wanted to wage a national liberation war. The heroic performance of women during the anti-colonial wars against French and American imperialism is well known. They made up 80% of the rural and 48% of the industrial labor force during the war against the USA. They were active in the fields of administration, education, and health, and also participated as combatants in the guerrilla struggle. Most important, however, was their role in keeping the economy going while most of the men were at war. And after the victory in 1975, women's participation in all sectors of the economy was high. According to 1979 statistics, the participation of women in all sectors of social production was 65% or 62.3% in light industry, 85% or in agriculture, 63% or in state trading, 61% or in health, 69% or in education. My Thursday Van, 1983, 329, quoted by Truong Van Dam, 1984, 22. But after the war, many women who had held leadership positions during the liberation struggle were replaced by men. Prominent women were sent to the provinces. The promotion of women to management positions does not reflect their high rate of work participation. The percentage of female cooperatives presidents rose only from 3% in 1966 to 5.1% in 1981. It was higher in handicrafts cooperatives where the bulk of the workers are women. Eisen, 1984, 248. It seems that Vietnamese men not only resent women in leadership positions, but also belittle or ridicule women's objective contributions to society and economy. Eisen, 1984, 248-254, White, 1980, Truong Van Dam, 1984. In spite of all their heroism during the Liberation War, women's participation in political organizations after the victory does not at all reflect their economic contribution. There are no women in the Politburo of the Communist Party. In other leading political positions also their number is small. The number of women ministers or vice ministers rose from 5 in 1975 to 23 in 1981. Madame Bin, who was foreign minister during the war, took over the Ministry of Education, a typical women's ministry. The percentage of women representatives in the National Assembly rose sharply during the war years from 18.2% in 1965, to 32.3% in 1975, but then declined again to 26.8% in 1976 and 21.8% in 1981, Eisen, 1984, 244. The same declining trend could be observed in the People's Councils, which are the next echelon under the National Assembly in the government structure. At all three levels, the provincial, district and village level, the percentage of women representatives declined from 1975 to 1981, in the provincial councils from 33% to 23%, in the district councils from 38% to 22%, in the village councils from 41% to 23%, Eisen, 1984, 246. This declining trend is explained by spokespersons of the party or the Women's Union either by the fact that, after the reunification of Vietnam in 1976, the most backward South was also represented in these statistics, or that this trend is a manifestation of die-hard feudal attitudes. Arlene Eisen quotes a vice president of the Women's Union who said, "The heritage of Confucianism, feudalism, and capitalism runs deep. No generation could have changed as much as we have. We have been pushed by history. But we still do not have full equality. We have one of the most progressive wonderful constitutions in the world, but we cannot liberate women by the stroke of a pen. It is much harder to fight against obsolete customs than against the enemy." Eisen, 1984, 248. Feudal survivals are mainly blamed for any manifestation of inequality between the sexes or for outright anti-women tendencies which can be observed when women compete with men for leadership positions, particularly in executive and political positions. Eisen, 1984, 242. This means the problem is seen as an ideological and not a structural one. One is reminded that people's attitudes and consciousness change much slower than production relations, that it may take generations to root out feudalism, that this is a slow, gradual process which needs patience and a continual ideological struggle. Thus, an author like Arlene Eisen, who has observed the negative trends in the women's movement in Vietnam after the liberation, feels it is too soon to pass judgment, or that Western feminists should rather look at the achievements of Vietnamese women instead of working into the hands of Vietnam's enemies by criticizing these trends, and that a closer look at the cultural aspects of women's struggle is imperative if the persistence of feudal patriarchal ideology is considered the most formidable obstacle of women's liberation. Eisen, 1984, 65, 254. As already remarked with regard to China, the ideological and cultural explanations of these trends contribute little to an understanding of the situation. In Vietnam, as in China and the Soviet Union, the reconstruction of the economy eventually followed the model of the so-called dual economy, consisting of a modern, formal, socialized or state-owned sector, particularly in industry and in collectivized agriculture, and an informal sector, called subsidiary sector, consisting of household production, private plots, handicrafts cooperatives and subcontracting of work in socialized agriculture. As in other parts of the world, the capital-intensive, technologically more advanced and socialized sector with better incomes is mainly a domain of men, whereas the bulk of the labor power in the informal sector is female. As Jane Werner has analyzed in Vietnam, this pattern was introduced after a period of collectivization which, however, resulted in a grave crisis of the economy. Obviously, the post-liberation Vietnamese government faced the same problem which many governments have to face in post-revolutionary agrarian societies, namely that the peasants, who had supported the war effort, were satisfied by producing for themselves, but resisted producing more surplus for the state. This resistance was partly due to the fact that the state was not able to give them better prices, or provide them cheap inputs to increase productivity. When in this situation the aid from China and the Soviet Union was drastically cut, the people faced a grave agricultural crisis, with its peak in 1977–1978. In the sixth plenum of the Fourth Party Congress, the party proposed a number of reforms, known as the Sixth Plenum Reforms. The main items in this new policy were, the decentralization of production, the strengthening of the system of private family plots and, above all, the system of subcontracting of agricultural tasks on cooperatives and state farms. Particularly the latter has proved to be very successful. Production in some co-ops which subcontracted labor rose by 30% in the course of 1 year, Werner, 1984, 49. Subcontracting means that the state enters into a system of dual contracts with peasant producers. These contractors oblige the peasants to deliver a negotiated amount of grain to the state in exchange for the state's obligation to supply fertilizer, seeds, and certain kinds of equipment at a reasonable price to the peasants. Werner, 1984, 49. In 1981, this subcontracting system was supplemented by subcontracting specific agricultural tasks to private family labor, mainly women. The tasks subcontracted to family labor are transplanting, weeding, and some harvesting, tasks which, since time immemorial, have been women's jobs in Vietnam and in other rice cultivating areas. Men's jobs, on the other hand, like plowing, water control, pest control, and also some harvesting jobs, remained part of collectivized labor on cooperatives. It would be interesting to know whether women are signing these labor contracts with the state themselves or whether the head of the family, usually a male, signs this contract and then allocates the work to various household members. As this labor is defined as family labor, this might be the case. 6. The private plots which make up 5% of the total collective land are also worked by family labor. The contract system, based on family labor, is also used for pig and fish production. Pigs and fish produced over and above the government quota can be consumed or sold by the family. Handicrafts production, too, is done on contract basis. The contract system, combined with the family economy of private plots, has proved to be quite successful as far as increasing production is concerned. Agricultural co-ops which used subcontracted labor were able to raise their production considerably, and the family economy supplies 90% of the pork and chicken and more than 90% of the fruit of Vietnam. Jane Werner remarks that, although the family economy is highly productive, it is still considered a subsidiary economy or a supplementary economy, because workers and administrators can have a family economy too. Werner, 1984, 50. This reveals that the concept family economy is based on the well-known capitalist, social and sexual division of labor between the non-productive private or family sphere, and the productive public, socialized and industrialized sphere. As these divisions have not been abolished in socialist countries, the family economy or, as I call it, subsistence production, subsidizes the socialized modern sector. It is also not surprising, therefore, that the contract system is interpreted as a means of using the leisure time of peasants, particularly of peasant women, productively. Werner, 1984, 50.7. As the formal, collectivized sector is not capable of generating enough wage employment throughout the year, the subsidiary family economy also comes in handy to relieve the labor market of too much pressure. It is typically men who are given employment in the socialized sector, whereas women are typically called upon to perform the tasks in the subsidiary family economy. The family economy comprises 40–60% of total peasant income. According to an estimate, 90% of the subcontracted tasks in Indiana agriculture are performed by women. They also perform most of the work in the private family economy. Together with the tasks still performed by women in the collective sector, this means that women have to work harder and longer hours, that they have less time for leisure, education, or political activity, because they actually work as housewives, not as workers with fixed labor time and wages. The workload of women is also enhanced by the fact that there are not many socialized services for childcare. The shift to the strengthening of the family as a unit of production means not only a double, but a triple burden for women: housework including childcare, subsistence production for their own family, and subsidiary or contract work for the state. This housewifized labor is particularly cheap for the state as it need not be as visibly and equitably remunerated as women's work in collectives, where women receive individual wages in cash or kind. This may be the secret behind the success of this new policy. This is even more apparent in the handicrafts sector, where 85% of the labor force are female. Handicrafts production is obviously seen in Vietnam, as in other underdeveloped market economies, as the solution for all the problems of agricultural development, but also of the economy as a whole. Handicrafts are mainly produced for export. They thus earn for the state foreign exchange, which is badly needed for the import of modern technology and equipment. Handicrafts production, on the other hand, does not require much investment capital because much of it is done as house industry or in co-ops which do not require much machinery. Handicraft work also produces more income for the producers, as craft prices are dependent on the market, whereas rice prices are fixed by the state. Women in the handicrafts sector produce carpets, mats, embroideries, knitted and other apparel, ceramics, glassware, furniture, and lacquer work. These items are mainly exported to the Soviet Union and other Comecon states. But craft cooperatives also produce items for the home market like spare parts, tools, bicycles, bricks and small machines. Werner, 1984, 53. The handicrafts sector expanded rapidly, particularly the export-oriented production. This has led to decollectivization of a lot of women's work, and a shift from production of basic requirements for local consumption to the production of luxury items for a foreign market. One cannot avoid the impression that the same strategy of housewifization is used in Vietnam, which is proposed by capitalist agencies in other third world countries to integrate women into development through income-generating activities, handicrafts, and small-scale production of luxury items for Western or urban consumers. Mies, 1982. The strategy is supported by the argument that handicrafts production, subcontracting, and the family economy are soaking up surplus labor in the rural areas. Jane Werner questions the definition of surplus labor used here. The concept does not account for the housework and other labor women already have. Moreover, the labor that is subcontracted to them is the same work they formerly did as collective wage work. Thus, she concludes, the family economy and contract labor rather increase women's work hours than take up idle hours. Werner, 1984, 54. It is interesting that also the capitalist manufacturers, who exported handmade lace from India to the West, said that by giving work to 100,000 and more poor rural women they were simply using the idle leisure time of these women productively. Mies, 1982. In both cases, women's housework is seen as leisure time. In conclusion, we can say that the new economic policies in Vietnam, with the emphasis on family labor, private plots, subcontracting and handicrafts production for women, are defining women rather as dependent housewives than as economically independent workers. This enables the state to tap women's labor for its socialist accumulation process in at least 4 to 5 production relations: 1 in unpaid housework, 2 in work for the market which is paid for by the product, 3 unpaid family subsistence production on the private plot, 4 contract labor paid by the task, and 5 wage labor proper. Analytically, one can say that Vietnamese women's subsumption under the accumulation process of capital has taken the forms of housewife subsumption, formal subsumption, market subsumption, Marginal Subsumption and Real Subsumption, Benhold Thompson, 1979, 121-24. As this strategy is based on the nuclear family with the man as its natural head and assumed breadwinner, it is not surprising that men in general have an interest in tying women down to family labor and the family economy. This is not only profitable for the socialist state, but also for the men. It removes women's competition for scarce and more lucrative jobs in the formal sector, it subsidizes men's wages by securing a solid base of subsistence, it ties women down to a never-ending workday, and thus frees the men for the political activity which is not only prestigious, but also gives economic privileges. Eisen, 1984, 152. Finally, it gives the man control over his wife's labor. These seem to me to be the material reasons why Vietnamese men make light of women's contributions, why they resent their rise to positions of authority, and why they have no interest in egalitarian family relations. The patriarchal tendencies criticized by the Vietnamese women, see Eisen, 1984, 248 ff, are not feudal, but are manifestations of the international neo-patriarchy described in the other chapters. No amount of ideological struggle for the establishment of the new democratic family, see Eisen, 1984, 180-200, will be able to change these production relations to egalitarian and liberated ones, because the nuclear family is the institution par excellence through which women's labor is exploited. The analysis of the situation of women in the three socialist nations has shown that, in spite of the changes that occurred in the status of women during the liberation struggle and afterwards, the economic policies adopted by the governments in these countries had a similar effect for women. Notwithstanding the political differences between these socialist states, their policies of integrating women into socialist development are quite similar. They are all more or less based on the sexual division of labor which relegates women to the family and/or to non-wage work. This family, however, is not a feudal family, but a modern nuclear one. The problems arising for women in these societies are closely linked to the creation or reconstitution of this family model which, according to Engels and Marx, was to disappear with private property. Developments in other countries which have undergone a socialist transformation of relations of production are similar to those described above. What is striking in the account of women's position in socialist countries is the similarity with women's problems in market economies. Before we can determine whether socialism has created better preconditions for women's liberation than capitalism, it is necessary to ask two questions. 1. Why are women mobilized at all to participate in national liberation or revolutionary struggles with a socialist perspective? 2. Why are women pushed back after the victory is won? Why are women mobilized for the national liberation struggle? By its very nature, a national liberation struggle is the struggle of a broad front of people who live in a particular territory, have a certain common history and culture, a certain community of interests, and understand themselves as a nation. The enemy is usually an imperialist or colonial external power and/or its representatives within the country. Sometimes, as is the case with many African countries, the concept of nation did not exist prior to the liberation struggle. The political and economic entities created artificially by the colonial powers cut across historically grown tribal and territorial boundaries. In these cases one could say that the national liberation struggle itself created something like a national identity which hitherto did not exist. As the struggle of a whole people or nation against a militarily and economically superior colonial oppressor, it is necessary that all sections of the people are mobilized in the struggle if it is to be successful. It is, indeed, a people's uprising and not a war fought by a professional army. Women's contribution to such a people's war is important for two main reasons. 1. As the producers of the next generation, they are the guarantors of the future of this nation. This is particularly important in liberation wars which often demand heavy sacrifices from the living for a better, happier future. 2. As the adult males are at the front, either as regular soldiers or in the guerrilla force, the women at the home front have to maintain the economy. Apart from their unpaid housework, they have to keep agricultural and industrial production going and thus provide the requirements of the people at home and the men at war. Without women's responsibility for the continuation of the economy, no successful liberation war can be fought. Apart from this, in many cases women also join the army or the guerrilla forces directly as combatants. This is also necessary, particularly in cases of long drawn-out struggles and when the number of men is not sufficient. The women also perform a number of services for the liberation fighters. They work as nurses, messengers, health workers, administrators, etc. Many have seen this direct participation of women in the guerrilla struggle as a direct contribution to women's liberation. Their reasoning is that women with a gun in their hand would no longer accept male oppression and exploitation. But the history of the national liberation wars, as well as other wars, has taught us another lesson. The need to mobilize large masses, if not all women, of a nation for these patriotic tasks requires the foundation of national women's organizations. These organizations appear necessary to overcome the localized, individualized form of existence of most women who are not members of larger social groups than their families, kin groups or the village. Women would be unable to carry out the programs worked out for them by the Revolutionary Party unless they are organized. Apart from the efforts to draw as many women as possible into the women's organization which, as a mass organization, is always under the authority and direction of the Revolutionary Party, the leaders of the liberation struggle have to bring about a number of structural and ideological changes in order to make sure that women are able to fulfill the necessary economic and military tasks. For example, in most cases a number of patriarchal institutions and relations have to be changed. The traditional sexual division of labor has to be abandoned. Women are required to do men's jobs, men are required to do women's jobs. In China, for example, women in the liberated zones in the north who were not used to working in the fields had to learn how to cultivate land, to work with a plow, and to carry on agricultural and crafts production. To do so, they had to move out of the house, form work teams, and learn new skills. In Vietnam, women not only carried on agricultural production, in which they always played a crucial role, but also produced other consumer goods and war material. In guerrilla warfare, men also have to do women's jobs like cooking or nursing the sick. A woman ex-guerrilla from Zimbabwe reported that women who had joined the guerrillas first looked after the sick and wounded, but then also became combatants. When these women wanted to participate in the political meetings, some could not because they had to look after the babies born there. They criticized the men and demanded that creches should be established and that the fathers of the babies share the work with the mothers. During the actual guerrilla fighting, the men also shared the work at the creches. 8. The fact that women organize in a nationwide organization represents a change in the status quo which has wider consequences. In some cases, as in Nicaragua, Somalia, Vietnam, and China, women's organizations had been formed by women committed to women's liberation prior to the national liberation struggle. When the Revolutionary Party, particularly a party following Marxist-Leninist principles, takes over the leadership of the struggle, these women's organizations are usually subordinated to the party and purged of so-called bourgeois feminist tendencies. Truong Van Dam, 1984. After the revolution, these organizations lose whatever autonomy they may have had and become instruments for the implementation of party policies. We see changes in the sexual division of labor were possible, the organization of women was possible. In fact, remarkable steps in the direction of women's liberation were possible because they were necessary for the general struggle. These successes, however, cannot be interpreted as the result of a profound subjective and objective change in men-women relations. We should remember that during the imperialist wars also the sexual division of labor was changed, and women did men's work in farm and factory. But after these wars, the old order was immediately restored. The fact is that these wars are seen as exceptional situations which demand extraordinary measures. They do not necessarily bring about a profound change of consciousness. After the war, people go back to what they consider the normal state of affairs in man-woman relations. Men's attitude in post-liberation Vietnam is a telling example. This leads us to the second question. Why are women pushed back again after the liberation struggle? An answer to this question has to take into consideration the objective conditions prevailing after a liberation war, as well as the subjective consciousness of men and women. Both levels are interrelated. One of the biggest problems after a successful anti-colonial liberation war or a revolution is the reorganization of the economy. All energy has to be mobilized for the reconstruction of the country, which may have been extensively devastated by the war, as was the case in Vietnam. The first aim is to provide enough food, clothing, shelter, and health care for the people. This is sometimes even beyond the capacity of the new government, not only because factories, the transport system, equipment, housing, and also the fields have been destroyed by bombing, but also because many of the colonized peoples had produced cash crops mainly for export to the industrialized countries and hardly had any industry of their own. In situations where the whole economy was tied to the colonial powers or to the international division of labor, it is particularly difficult for the new government to build up an independent economy in the service of the people. One of the biggest problems is the unemployment of the ex-soldiers and ex-guerrilleros. In Zimbabwe, for example, the government could not provide enough wage labor jobs to the ex-guerrilleros who had fought for them. In this situation, it decided to give the scarce paid jobs in industry or government services to men rather than to women. Mao Zedong tried to solve this problem by mobilizing all people for an increase in agricultural and industrial production. But in China, too, as well as in Vietnam, the socialist aim of transforming all workers into free-wage workers or proletarians conflicted with the pressing need to increase production in agriculture, and even more so with the aim of socialist accumulation of capital for further industrial development. It is usually argued that, due to the low level of development of productive forces, the surplus generated in agriculture and industry was too low to pay every worker an adequate wage, or even to define all workers as wage laborers. We have seen that the way out sought by most post-revolutionary governments is a kind of splitting up of the economy following the model known from other underdeveloped countries, namely, into a modern, capital-intensive, socialized, formal sector with waged labor as the dominant production relation, and a subsidiary labor-intensive, non-socialized, private, technologically backward informal sector, where not only the bulk of the subsistence for the masses, but also commodities for export to capitalist or socialist countries are produced. This sector produces these goods at much lower costs than would have been the case if all the producers had to be remunerated as free wage laborers. Here, as in the capitalist countries, the free wage laborer, the proletarian, the hero from whom the Marxists expected the revolutionary transformation, is, as Claudia von Werlhoff has put it, far too expensive, he works far too little, is not flexible enough and cannot easily be squeezed for the generation of more surplus because he is better organized than peasants, and particularly women who, as we saw, are the ones who provide the bulk of the labor force in the subsidiary sector, v. Werlhoff, 1984. Thus women, or rather women defined as housewives and not as workers, are the optimal labor force for socialist as well as for capitalist development, not proletarians. The economic difficulties of post-liberation governments are not only to be explained by the objective national and international conditions within which the liberated nations find themselves, but they are also a result of the fact that the new governments want to build up a modern national economy. The model most of them are following is that of the industrialized countries. Even where priority is given to agriculture, as was the case in China under Mao, the basic development model is based on the growth model of industrialized societies. The investment capital in this model either has to come from outside through aid or it has to be generated indigenously by exploiting some sections of the society for the construction of a modern national industry. The strata and groups who are usually exploited for this purpose are women and peasants. As in this development model, the concept of labor is the same as under capitalism. The social division between the sphere of public, productive labor and private, non-productive or reproductive labor and the sexual division of labor cannot be abolished because these divisions guarantee that women's and peasants' subsistence and commodity production remain socially invisible. Their labor can thus be tapped in a process of ongoing primitive accumulation of capital which can then be fed into the building up of a modern economy and state. This is the main reason why women have to be pushed back. The subjective side of the problem, namely, that there may have been de facto changes in the sexual division of labor during the liberation struggle, but that neither men's nor women's consciousness had undergone a radical change, is of course also there. Such a change could only have been brought about if an independent women's movement had waged a struggle against patriarchal man-woman relations during and after the Liberation War. It was precisely an independent anti-patriarchal struggle of this kind, however, that was prevented by the Marxist-Leninist parties which led the liberation wars, because all contradictions among the people, including the man-woman contradiction, were subordinated to the main contradiction between the nation and the imperialist power. Marxist-Leninists usually consider the independent mobilization and organization of women around the man-woman contradiction a threat to the unity of the oppressed, the unity of the united front, and as inherently counter-revolutionary. In their concept of revolution, the woman's question constitutes a secondary contradiction which has to be tackled, ideologically, after the primary contradiction of imperialist and class relations have been solved. 9. This is the reason why feminists who did not want to subordinate the struggle against patriarchy to other general struggles were isolated and forgotten, like Ding Ling in China and Alexandra Kollontai in the Soviet Union. But the experience of anti-women tendencies in China, and the Vietnamese Women's Union's complaints about the die-hard feudal attitudes of men are evidence that people's consciousness cannot be changed by cultural revolutions or ideological struggle alone, as had been tried, more than anywhere else, in China. In spite of progressive constitutions and legal equality between men and women, and in spite of women's enormous contribution to the war effort and to the reconstruction of the economy, women are nowhere adequately represented on the political decision-making bodies and are, moreover, sent back to the family and the subsidiary economy, whereas the men move up. This confirms that the change of consciousness, which may have taken place during the actual struggle here and there, did not last. I want to propose the thesis that such a change of consciousness could not take place because there was little change in the material production relations, of which the patriarchal man-woman relation is part and parcel. In the dual economy established after the revolution, the maintenance or creation of patriarchal man-woman relations, as well as their institutionalization in the nuclear family, are absolutely crucial for the building up of a modern economy, based on the growth model. The fact that, after the liberation, a national government has captured state power and that certain sectors of the economy have been socialized or are state-owned does not yet mean that all production relations have been revolutionized so that some sections of the people are not exploited for the benefit of other sections of the people. But the model of development followed by most post-liberation governments necessitates the continuation of this exploitation. It is usually justified by the argument that the surplus thus accumulated by the state will be of benefit eventually also to those who have been exploited most, peasants and women. But those who have control over political and state power can decide what should happen with the surplus. They can also decide that they themselves should get a bigger share of it than others. This may lead to the emergence of a new state class which lives by the fact that it monopolizes politics. In a situation where little surplus is generated through productive labor proper, it is plausible that after the victory the competition for such lucrative state jobs is particularly fierce. This, I suspect, is the main reason behind the low representation of women in all political decision-making bodies in post-revolutionary states. The men, particularly those who were in the Revolutionary Party, have monopolized state power. Women, however, are relegated to the family and the private or informal subsidiary economy. This model ensures that the big men are not challenged in their monopoly over state power. Women are excluded from this sphere and the little men are bought over by the relative power they are given in their families. This process is also reflected in the shift that is taking place from emphasis on the nation to the state. Whereas during the liberation struggle the whole nation represented the psychological and historical commonality, after the liberation the state and its organs claim to represent the common good. Building up a modern economy is therefore usually identical with building up a strong state. In this phase, the female image of the nation, found on the revolutionary posters mentioned above, is replaced by the images of the founding fathers, Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, Mao, Ho Chi Minh, Castro, Mugabe, to name only a few. Typically, among this gallery of socialist patriarchs, there are no women. They are, indeed, the fathers of the socialist states, not of the nations. As in other patriarchies, the role of women in the whole process of nation building is obscured by idealizing the founding fathers of the socialist state. Point 10. Theoretical blind alleys. Christine White has attributed the blindness of many Third World Marxist-Leninists regarding the concrete historical reality in their own countries to the uncritical adoption of the analytical framework developed by Marx, Engels, and Lenin in their analysis of 19th-century European society. White, 1980. This is particularly evident in the concept feudalism, used to describe non-capitalist relations in these countries. We could say the same of the use of the words working class, labor, productive labor, surplus, and others. The problem, however, is not only that this theoretical framework was developed for 19th-century Europe, and that conditions in the colonies in Africa, Asia, and Latin America may not fit into this framework. The question is also whether this framework was and is adequate for the analysis of even the European or American situation. The recent feminist critique of the Marxist analysis, or rather the absence of an analysis, of housework has already pointed to one of the blind spots in this theory, v. Werlhoff, 1978, 1979. But that is not all. The Marxist-Leninist theory of society and revolution was developed for a fundamental change within capitalist societies. But the woman's question and the colonial question were analytically excluded from this theory, although they constituted a central and integral part of the social reality shaped by capitalism. According to Marxist theory, the contradiction between wage labor and capital, and the extended reproduction of capital through the ongoing exploitation of the surplus labor of propertyless proletarians constituted the driving force of this historical epoch. In its greed for ever-growing accumulation, capital would develop the forces of production to such an extent and thereby produce such an abundance of commodities that eventually the contradiction between the production relations, property relations, and the productive forces, technological progress, would lead to the disruption of the production relations through a revolution of the propertyless proletariat. This then would lead to a new socialist society. Yet, we have already seen that the exploitation of colonies, as well as that of women and other non-wage workers, is absolutely crucial to the capitalist accumulation process, and not only accidental or peripheral. Without the exploitation of non-wage labor, wage labor exploitation would not be possible, see Chapter 1. To leave these two main areas of super-surplus extraction outside of the analysis has led into a blind alley not only the working class of Europe, but also the peoples who have undergone liberation struggles. This becomes evident if one looks at the history of the German Social Democrats, the first European socialist party which adopted Marxism or scientific socialism as its theoretical base. With the exception of the radicals around Rosa Luxemburg, the German Social Democrats were not against colonial expansion. Efforts at gaining control over colonies were criticized only when they were accompanied by violence and inhuman brutality. Where the expansion could be expected to be peaceful, the party usually saw no reason to raise objections. When, for example, the leasing contract of the Chinese province Kyotsko was discussed in the German Reichstag, the Social Democratic delegates condemned the violence which accompanied the operation, but not the leasing contract as such. Mandelbaum, 1974, 17. In the party organ, Der Vorwärts, this contract was even justified on the grounds that the opening of China was a historical necessity. Following Marx's analysis, the German Social Democrats expected the overthrow of capitalism and the victory of socialism, which they interpreted mainly as the state taking over the means of production from a rapid development of productive forces, viz., technology and industry in the most advanced industrial countries. Therefore, they considered colonial expansion, as one of them, David, said, as an integral part of the universal cultural mission of socialism, because it would further the growth of capital in the metropoles and remove the obstacles to increased production in the barbarian countries. Mandelbaum, 1974, 19. In this respect, the Social Democrats shared the cultural chauvinism of the German bourgeois class. They referred to the capitalist industrial nations always as the Kulturnationen, civilized nations, in contrast to the colonies, which were referred to as the savage or wild Naderfolker, native or nature peoples. The Social Democrat Quisel even argued that the colonial policies of the European nations could bring all productive forces on earth into the service of the European Kulturmenschen, civilized people, and at the same time develop the native peoples through a kind of welfare despotism. This welfare despotism would teach the colored peoples the work discipline which was necessary if they were to produce more than they needed for their own immediate subsistence. In this work discipline, he saw a particular ethical value. Mandelbaum, 1978, 1718. Also Bernstein, one of the theoreticians of the right faction of the party, wrote, "We shall condemn certain methods by which the savages are subjected, but we shall not condemn that savages are subjected and that we claim the right of the superior civilization with regard to them." Quoted by Mamazet, 1982, 212, translate MM. The material core of such chauvinistic ideas was the fact that the proletarian masses in the so-called Kulturnationen, civilized nations, could not expect a quick development of the productive forces, as well as of their own living conditions, unless the industrial nations had established their right to exploit freely the labor power of the colonies, to extract their raw materials at the lowest possible price and to use the colonies as markets for the realization of capital. Luxembourg, 1923. In this, the material survival interests as well as the autonomy of the peoples in these colonies were of secondary importance. In this respect, there was not much difference between the German, French, or British working class who all supported not only the colonial efforts of their states, but also the imperialist war. One may try to dismiss this proletarian pro-colonialism of the German Social Democrats as a manifestation of revisionism, but it is difficult not to find its deeper theoretical foundations in Marxist theory on the development of productive forces. Marx himself saw colonialism, in spite of all its brutality, as a kind of midwife that would open up the hitherto closed, stagnating, virgin lands of Asia and Africa and throw them into the capitalist modernization process. The great hopes with which he accompanied the opening up of India through the construction of the railroads by the British colonial power are well known. It was precisely through the existence of external and internal colonies, the housewife, that European capitalism was able to avoid the revolutionary disruption of the production relations, which Marx had expected to take place. Lenin was one of those who condemned the revisionism of the German Social Democrats. In his writings on the national and the colonial questions, he argues for proletarian internationalism. He supports the colonial peoples in their struggle for national independence and calls upon the European working classes and the communist parties in the advanced West European countries to also support the national liberation struggles in the colonies. But he had already observed that this solidarity of the European workers could not be taken for granted. The British workers were not prepared to fight against the colonial policy of their government. But Lenin only condemns this attitude as a manifestation of the corruption of the labor aristocracies in Western Europe. Lenin, 1917. He did not address himself to the theoretical problems inherent in the Marxist theory of society and revolution. Like all scientific socialists, he expected the socialist transformation from the most advanced sections of the proletariat, that is, the industrial workers. Their progress, however, is based, as we saw, on the free access to cheap raw materials, labor, and markets in the colonies. Also, Lenin's model of a future society was that of an industrial nation with the highest development of productive forces. For such a model, however, internal and external colonies are necessary. To ask the worker aristocracies in the colonizing countries to fight against colonialism means, in the last analysis, to ask them to put the very social model into question which has made them into a workers' aristocracy. 11. As the governments in the newly liberated nations are mostly committed to the same model of development and progress, they are faced with a serious dilemma. During the liberation struggle they had to mobilize all sections of the people for the anti-colonial struggle. They did this with the promise of equality, an end to exploitation and oppression, and the vision of a socialist society. But, in their economic policies, they often want to follow the growth model and induce a rapid development of productive forces. According to the principles of scientific socialism, only this would bring about an end to poverty, improved standards of living, and the abundance of commodities and goods which, under capitalist relations, are produced through the exploitation of the workers. We have seen, however, that this progress of the capitalist societies is not only based on the exploitation of the free wage laborers in these countries, but also on the exploitation of non-wage laborers there, typically housewives, as well as on the plunder and exploitation of colonial and underdeveloped peoples. If the governments in the liberated nations want to follow this model, they cannot, in the last analysis, do without exploitation or treat all people as equals in the process of accumulation. In the absence of external colonies, they saw a way out in the division of the economy into a collectivized modern state sector and a subsidiary private sector. This social division, however, is almost congruent with the classical capitalist sexual division of labor. Men, defined as wage laborers and breadwinners, dominate the socialized priority sector, and women, defined as housewives, are relegated to the subordinated, family-based, subsidiary sector. This division has, indeed, increased production, improved the living standards of the producers, including rural women, and accelerated the accumulation process. But it has also led to an increased load of labor for women, their increased decollectivization and privatization, their retreat or eviction from the political decision-making process, which is increasingly dominated by men, particularly the male state class. This division then has also resulted in the fact that the goal of women's liberation is treated as a matter of the superstructure, of ideology and culture, as is the case in most capitalist countries, and not of the basic economic structures. But this division is itself contradictory. While on the level of the superstructure the revolutionary rhetoric about women's emancipation under socialism is still maintained, manifestly on the March 8 celebrations, on the level of the political economic base their situation is getting closer to that of women under capitalist relations in developed and underdeveloped countries. They constitute the last colony also for the socialist accumulation process. V. Whirlhoff, Mies, Benhold Thompson, 1983. 7. Towards a feminist perspective of a new society. After the analysis of the interplay of the sexual and international division of labor within the framework of capital accumulation, and the effect this has on women's life and humanity, the most burning question now is, how do we get out of this situation? And what would a society be like in which women, nature, and colonies were not exploited in the name of the accumulation of ever more wealth and money? Before I try to answer these questions, I would like to clarify my position with regard to the potentialities of the international feminist movement. The case for a middle-class feminist movement. The Western feminist movement is often accused by leftists, particularly in third world countries, of being only a movement of educated, middle-class women, and of having been unable to build up a base among working-class women. Middle-class women in underdeveloped countries are admonished to go rather to the slums of the big cities or to the villages, and help the poor women to escape from the clutches of misery and exploitation. I have heard many urban middle-class women in India saying that they themselves were privileged, that they were not oppressed, and that work for women's liberation should start by making poor women conscious of their rights. Those middle-class women, who had begun to discuss women's oppression amongst themselves, were often accused of being self-centered and elitist. And often these women reacted with feelings of acute guilt for belonging to the class of privileged women. The reasoning behind this critique of so-called middle-class feminism is based on the assumption that women who have to fight to secure their survival from day to day cannot afford to indulge in such luxuries as fighting for women's liberation or for human dignity. It is said that poor women need bread first, before they can think of liberation. On the other hand, women who, due to their class status, have access to modern education and employment, are considered to be already emancipated, particularly if they live in a liberal family atmosphere. It is obvious that such a concept of women's emancipation excludes precisely those sensitive dimensions of the patriarchal man-woman relation around which the new women's movement mobilized, particularly the aspect of violence against women. But we have seen that an increase in violence against women was the issue in India and other parts of the world, which sparked off genuine feminist movements in many countries. The increase in India of dowry murder, rape, wife-beating and other anti-women tendencies brought home to urban middle-class women that their so-called privileged class position did not protect them against sexual violence, not even from the men of their own class or family, nor from other men, nor even from the protectors of law and order, the police. In spite of all these experiences in recent years, one can still hear the argument that there is no need for women's liberation among educated urban middle-class women, because these are supposed to be already liberated or to have the means to liberate themselves. This argumentation is an example of the kind of blindness to reality which is often found among middle-class people, also in third world countries. It is also an example of the economistic equation of liberation with wealth. Contrary to this position, I consider a feminist middle-class movement, both in the over and in the underdeveloped countries, as an absolute historical necessity. There are a number of reasons to support this position, the most obvious being the already mentioned fact that patriarchal oppression and exploitation, that sexual harassment and violence are as rampant in the middle classes everywhere as they are among workers or peasants. One could even say that they are more prevalent among this class than among peasants, where old sexual taboos still function better. The second reason is that the very privileges middle-class women so often refer to as distinguishing them favorably from poor women do, in fact, expose them more to this kind of violence. They are supposed to be protected women, protected by the men of their family. Therefore, they have not learned to move about freely or and to defend themselves when they are attacked. Moreover, they are privileged housewives, that means they are isolated in their homes, have hardly any social network of other women or men around them to support them. They are so self-sufficient in everything that they do not have to borrow from friends and neighbors. All this makes them much more vulnerable to patriarchal oppression than working-class or rural women who usually still live and work within a collective context, at least in third-world countries. In addition, the education middle-class women have received has hardly equipped them to fight against male oppression. The virtues taught to girls in all educational institutions, including the family, are such that the girl loses all self-reliance, all courage and independence of thought and action. As marriage and family are still seen as the natural destiny of women, education means that girls are prepared for this role of housewife and mother. This preparation for domesticity may have been supplemented by some kind of professional training, but has not been changed fundamentally. The ideology that woman is basically a housewife is upheld and spread by this class. Home economics is taught to girls of this class to give this ideology a scientific perspective. All the media, particularly the cinema, foster an image of women based on this ideology. Part of this image is also the idea of romantic love, which more than anything else has fettered women in the West emotionally to patriarchal and sexist man-woman relations. Point 1. All this, combined with the fact that the middle-class woman as an ideal type is economically dependent on a husband as breadwinner, is enough to allow us to conclude that to be a middle-class woman or housewife is not a privilege, but a disaster. Point 2. In most underdeveloped countries, however, the image of the middle-class woman, the housewife, is still upheld consciously or subconsciously and propagated as the symbol of progress. This is done not only by explicitly bourgeois agencies and organizations like conservative women's organizations, but also by the scientific community, by politicians and administrators, and particularly by the development planners, nationally and internationally, and above all, by the business community. What is more, left organizations, too, which want to spread class consciousness among workers and peasants, have basically no other image of woman in their mind when they work among women. Not only are their cadres mainly middle-class men and women, but also the issues they consider as specific women's issues, childcare, health, family planning, housework, are related to this image. We have seen that, even in socialist countries which underwent revolutionary changes in the property relations, the middle-class image of woman as a dependent housewife has been at the core of the new economic policies of creating a subsidiary or informal sector. The privileges of middle-class women are not only that they are domesticated, isolated, dependent on a man, emotionally fettered and weakened, and tied down to an ideology that totally objectifies them. All this is combined with the fact that they, as housewives, have to spend the money their husbands earn. They have become, at least in the urban areas, the main agents of domestic consumption, who provide the necessary market for the commodities produced. It is this class of women which, to a large extent, are the subjects and objects of consumerism. In the West, it is a common phenomenon that women compensate for their many frustrations by going on a shopping spree. But also middle-class women in poor countries follow the same pattern. African, Asian, or Latin American urban middle-class women follow more or less the same lifestyle and model of consumption. A look at African or Indian women's magazines suffices to show how middle-class women are mobilized as consumers. National and international capitalists have a keen interest in upholding and spreading this image of woman, and the model of consumption that goes along with it, as the symbol of progress. Where would the national and multinational corporations sell their cosmetics, detergents, soaps, synthetic fibers, plastics, fast food, baby food, milk powder, pills, etc., if middle-class women would not provide the market? Therefore, it is the middle-class woman as housewife, mother, and sex symbol who is constantly mobilized to follow all fashions and fads, who is one of the main items in the advertising strategy of all marketing agencies. As Elizabeth Kroll has remarked, the image of this woman has also made its appearance on the billboards of Peking, where woman as the model worker has been replaced by woman the consumer of cosmetics, television, washing machines, toothpaste, watches, modern cooking pots. The new Chinese woman on these posters is curling her straight hair, using lipsticks, and beautifying her eyes. The protests of the Women's Federation against this kind of advertising had little effect, because this image of woman is intimately bound up with the growing commercial interests and connections the Chinese government is establishing with the West. Kroll, 1983, 105. Thus, the Western middle-class woman as consumer appears as the symbol of progress also in the People's Republic of China. Western feminists are challenging this image of woman and the social reality behind it, not only because they have realized the gigantic bluff behind this image of the happy woman in the face of so much direct and indirect brutality against women, but also because many are realizing that consumerism is the drug by which women and men are made to accept otherwise inhuman, and increasingly destructive, conditions of life. The new needs, created by industry in its desperate effort to keep the growth model going, are all of the type of addictions. The satisfaction of these addictions is no longer contributing to more happiness and human fulfillment, but to more destruction of the human essence. In the early 1970s, the women's movement together with other protest movements may still have believed that now, since we have enough of everything, the woman's question could be solved by a process of simple redistribution and the eventual realization of the promises of the bourgeois revolutions. But now it is evident that it is the very overabundance of commodities and the paradigm behind this overproduction which destroy the environment, as well as human life and happiness. Moreover, the sadistic, cynical woman hatred of the whole capitalist patriarchal civilization is so openly demonstrated today that feminists can no longer have the illusion that women's liberation will be possible within the context of this social paradigm. This realization is not yet very widespread among middle-class feminists in underdeveloped countries. But I think they, too, have grounds enough not to feel apologetic about the existing and growing feminist movement in their class. Such a movement is, indeed, necessary if urban women are to defend themselves against the growing anti-woman tendencies we can observe worldwide. But it is also necessary that middle-class women themselves begin to destroy the myths, the images, the social values, which make them a false symbol of progress. If middle-class women in India, for instance, begin to question such patriarchal values as virginity, or the ideals of self-sacrificing womanhood propagated by mythology like Sita or Savitri, or the modern housewife ideology, then they do not only contribute to their own liberation, but also to the liberation of working-class and peasant women. Because as symbols of progress, these images of women, these myths and values, are now brought to all Indian villages by the media, the cinema, the education system, as well as by developmentalists, activists, and social workers. With the spread of the middle-class housewife ideology into the rural and slum areas, the problem is not only its intrinsic devaluation of the woman, but also that for most poor rural and urban women, these images will never become reality. And yet these images exert a great fascination on them, and many may try desperately to come up to the standard of these modern middle-class women. With TV also being available in many rural areas, American TV productions, like Dallas, or local ones imitating them, will reach all corners. It is, therefore, necessary that urban middle-class women, particularly those who want to work among poor rural and urban women in third world countries, begin to criticize the ideology and reality of middle-class womanhood. The existence of a strong middle-class feminist movement with a clear perspective is a safeguard against the further propagation of the false image of woman the housewife and consumer as a model for women's liberation and progress. Without such a movement and without the feminist critique of the middle-class woman as the bearer of a happier future, women activists who work among poor women will subconsciously transport this image to women who have no use for it. There is yet another aspect. Without a radical feminist critique of the middle-class ideal of womanhood with its specific national and cultural manifestations, there is the danger that middle-class women, even if they are genuinely committed to women's liberation and to liberation of all oppressed and exploited, will remain blind to the truly progressive and human elements to be found among the so-called backward classes and communities with regard to women. These may be elements of a tradition which has not yet been totally subsumed under patriarchy, remnants of matriarchal or matrilineal traditions, or there may be pockets of women's power which these may derive from their still communal and collective way of living and working, or even from their long tradition of resistance to male, class and colonial oppression. Mies, 1983, Chaki Sarkar, 1984, Yamben, 1976, Van Allen, 1972. As Christine White has observed with regard to the Vietnamese communist leaders, their blindness regarding the matriarchal traditions in Vietnam, and the almost exclusive concentration on feudal and Confucian traditions is a manifestation of the male middle class preoccupation with patriarchal civilization. White, 1980, 3-6. As the European bourgeoisie tried to emulate the lifestyle of the aristocracy, the working classes have imitated the bourgeoisie. The same process of emulation and imitating is taking place between third world and first world countries. In this whole process, all national and local traditions whereby women had or still have some kind of autonomy and strength are defined as backward, primitive, savage. It cannot be in women's interest to contribute to this destruction of women's history. A feminist middle-class movement could draw strength, inspiration, and guidance from the history and the culture of these backward women. This is all the more urgent and necessary since the myth of man the breadwinner, the sun around which the middle-class women move like a planet, is rapidly being exploded. Increasing evidence is emerging that marriage and family are no longer an economic life insurance for women, that increasing numbers of men are shunning the responsibility for women and children, among the educated middle classes as well. Therefore, middle-class women would do well to go to their poorer sisters, and to learn from them how to survive under these circumstances. And how to survive with dignity. Basic principles and concepts. It is easier to know what one does not want than to know what one wants. To formulate a feminist perspective for a future society is a formidable task which no single individual can accomplish. Furthermore, there is no ideological or theoretical center in the women's movement which could assume the task of formulating a consistent theory, strategy, and tactics. The international feminist movement is a truly anarchic movement in which any woman who feels committed and has something to say can contribute to the formulation of the vision of the future society. Some consider this as a weakness of the movement, others as its strength. But whatever position one may take, the fact remains that the feminist movement does not work otherwise. This is true at least for all the groups, organizations, and individual women who do not subordinate the woman's question to any other, supposedly more general, question, who, in other words, want to maintain the autonomy of the movement. The following thoughts have, therefore, to be understood as one such contribution to our common effort to work out a concrete feminist utopia of a new society. The perspective I want to present does not claim to be comprehensive, although I shall try to start from a consideration of the totality of the social reality in which we live. Nor is it all new and original, many ideas have been expressed already by others. But I shall try to draw some conclusions from our struggles, and the experiences, studies, reflections, and quarrels of the recent past, as well as from the history of the first women's movement. It is an effort to learn from our history. I feel that, unless we do this now, the rollback tendencies observable everywhere today may succeed in again destroying the history of our struggles and ideas. What is more, they threaten to destroy the very essence of what so far has been understood as human. To develop a new perspective requires first that we step back, pause, and take a panoramic view of the reality that surrounds us. That means we have to start from a worldview that attempts, as far as possible, to comprise the totality of our reality. Our analysis has shown that the capitalist patriarchal paradigm of man the hunter which has shaped our present reality is characterized at all levels by dualistic and hierarchically structured divisions which are the basis of exploitative polarizations between parts of the whole, between humans and nature, man and woman, different classes, and different peoples, but also between different parts of the human body, for example, between head and the rest, rationality and emotionality. On the level of ideas, these dualistic divisions are found in the hierarchical evaluation and polarization of the concepts of nature and culture, mind and matter, progress and retrogression, leisure and labor, etc. I call these divisions colonizing divisions. According to this paradigm, the totality is not only divided up in this manner, but, as was said before, the relationship established between the two sides is a dynamic, hierarchical, and exploitative one, in which one side progresses at the expense of the other. This cannot be otherwise, since the world is finite, at least the world in which we all live. However, the white man, the incarnation of the capitalist patriarch, does not accept the finiteness of reality. He wants to be like God, almighty, eternal, omniscient. So he has invented the idea of infinite progress and of infinite evolution from the lower, more primitive, to ever higher and more complex levels of being. This idea, of course, is rooted materially in the historical experiences of conquest of patriarchal nomadic peoples, mainly the Jews and the Aryans. Judaic and Christian theologies have given the necessary religious sanction to the idea of the right to dominate and subordinate nature and to unlimited expansion. The scientific revolution in Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries only secularized this religious idea. Cf. Merchant, 1983. Since the finiteness of human beings and of the earth, however, could not be thought or speculated away, and since the principles of equality and freedom were formulated with a claim to universal applicability, the retrogression of the other side, pushed into the dark, could not be simply interpreted as God ordained. It was interpreted as a lagging behind, as a lower stage of evolution. In fact, the idea of evolutionary change became the centerpiece in the idea of progress of the advanced peoples of the West. They became the symbol of progress for all backward peoples, in the same way as men became the symbol of progress for women. We have seen, however, that evolutionary progress for the colonized, namely, their accession to the level of the oppressors, is a logical impossibility within a finite world. Yet the illusion that they will eventually make it is held up by the ever-progressing, advanced side. This progress, however, is more than ever based on the progressive destruction of the foundations of life, of nature, of human relationships, and particularly, of women. It is indeed a production of death. This is particularly true of the latest technological inventions of the white man, atomic energy, microelectronics and, above all, genetic engineering, biotechnology and space research. None of these so-called technological revolutions will be able to solve any of the big social problems based on exploitation. They will rather contribute to the further destruction of nature and the human essence. In recent years, feminists and many others have begun to articulate their radical rejection of the paradigm of the white man or man the hunter. Daly, 1978, Ferguson, 1980, Merchant, 1983, Griffin, 1980, Singh, 1976, Capra, 1982. In this they reject particularly the dualistic divisions within this model, and search to constitute a holistic approach, first to our bodies, then to reality at large. Many feminists, in their search for a new holistic paradigm, limit their analysis and their new perspective to the cultural or ideological phenomena, or the sphere of the worldview or religion. Important though this may be, it is not sufficient to come to a realistic and politically concrete concept of a new society, a concept which would include the material life of the majority of the people in the world. To do so means not only to reject the colonial divisions in the realm of ideas, but those which exist in material reality, which shape our everyday life and the world at large. Thus, a feminist perspective has to start with some basic principles, which can guide political action at all levels. The following seem to me the most basic. 1. Rejection and abolition of the principle of colonizing dualistic divisions, between men and women, different peoples and classes, man and nature, spirit and matter, based on exploitation for the sake of ever-expanding commodity production and capital accumulation. 2. This implies the creation of non-exploitative, non-hierarchical, reciprocal relationships between parts of our body, people and nature, women and men, different sections and classes of one society, different peoples. 3. A necessary consequence of non-exploitative relations with ourselves, nature, other human beings and other peoples or nations will be the regaining of autonomy over our bodies and our lives. This autonomy means, first and foremost, that we cannot be blackmailed, or forced to do things which are against human dignity in exchange for the means of our subsistence or our life. Autonomy in this sense should not be understood individualistically and idealistically as it often is by feminists, because no single woman in our atomized society is able to preserve her autonomy. Indeed, it is the antithesis of autonomy if it is understood in this narrow egoistic sense. Because the enslavement of the consumers under capitalist conditions of generalized commodity production is brought about precisely by the illusion that each individual can buy her or his independence from other human beings and social relations by the purchase of commodities. 3. Autonomy, understood as freedom from coercion and blackmail regarding our lives and bodies, can be brought about only by collective effort in a decentralized, non-hierarchical way. 4. A rejection of the idea of infinite progress and acceptance of the idea that our human universe is finite, our body is finite, the earth is finite. 5. The aim of all work and human endeavor is not a never-ending expansion of wealth and commodities, but human happiness, as the early socialists had seen it, or the production of life itself. If one tries to translate these more or less abstract principles into historical and everyday practice, one perceives immediately that the basic concepts, around which everyday life is organized, are formidable obstacles in the realization of these principles. The concept which, more than any others, has shaped life in capitalist patriarchy is the concept of labor. For a feminist perspective, the concept of labor, prevalent in all capitalist and socialist societies, has to be changed radically. From this changed concept will follow a change of work organization, of the sexual division of labor, of the products, of the relation between work and non-work, of the division between manual and mental work, of the relation between human beings and nature, of the relation to our bodies. With regard to the concept of labor prevalent in our societies, there is no qualitative difference between capitalist societies and socialist societies. In both, labor is considered a necessary burden, which has to be reduced, as far as possible, by the development of productive forces or technology. Freedom, human happiness, the realization of our creative capacities, friendly unalienated relations to other human beings, the enjoyment of nature, of children's play, etc., all these are excluded from the realm of work and are possible only in the realm of non-work, that is, in leisure time. As necessary labor is defined as that labor which is required for the satisfaction of basic human needs: food, clothing, shelter. A reduction of this labor by machines is then the aim. It is assumed that the other higher needs mentioned above, freedom, human happiness, culture, etc., cannot be satisfied at the same time as one performs the labor necessary for the basic maintenance of one's life. Progress is defined as a progressive reduction of necessary labor time and an increase of leisure time, when people can at last fulfill their higher needs. The capitalist, as well as the socialist, utopia, is one in which machines, computers, automats, artificially cloned work slaves, do all necessary labor, and in which people can indulge in consumptive and creative activities. Before attempting to specify a feminist concept of labor, it may be useful to have yet another look at the Marxist concept of labor because, in contradistinction to the capitalists, labor for socialists is not only the necessary curse or burden, but also the motor that leads mankind to the transition to the true communist society. Let us see whether the concept of labor used by Marx is adequate to fulfill these promises. In Capital, Marx writes, "In fact, the realm of freedom actually begins only where labor which is determined by necessity and mundane considerations ceases, thus in the very nature of things it lies beyond the sphere of actual material production. Just as the savage must wrestle with nature to satisfy his wants, to maintain and reproduce life, so must civilized man, and he must do so in all possible modes of production. With his development this realm of physical necessity expands as a result of his wants, but at the same time, the forces of production which satisfy these wants also increase. Freedom in this field can only consist in socialized men, the associated producers rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control, instead of being ruled by it as by the blind forces of nature, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to, and worthy of their human nature. But it nonetheless still remains a realm of necessity. Beyond it begins that development of human energy which is an end in itself, the true realm of freedom, which, however, can blossom forth only with this realm of necessity as its basis. The shortening of the working day is its basic prerequisite." Marx, Capital, Vol. Ill, 799-800, emphasis added. The most important idea in this passage is that the realm of freedom will not come before labor which is determined by necessity, ceases. Therefore, the goal of all economic, scientific, and political endeavor is the shortening of the working day as the prerequisite of the advent of the realm of freedom, or as Alfred Schmidt writes, the problem of human freedom is reduced by Marx to the problem of free time. Schmidt, 1973, 142, emphasis in the original. Shortening of the time necessary for the production of the basic requirements to maintain our physical existence will still remain a main social goal when private property and commodity production have been abolished. Marx writes about this in Grundriss. If we presuppose production in common, temporal determination naturally remains essential. The less time society needs to produce wheat, cattle, etc., the more time is gained for other kinds of production, material and intellectual. Just as in the case of the single individual, whose all-round development, enjoyment, and activity depend on the amount of time saved. All economics ultimately reduces itself to economy in time. Grundriss, 89, emphasis added. The reduction of socially necessary labor time and the jump to the realm of freedom are brought about by two processes: 1. The ever-increasing development of the forces of production, of science and technology; 2. The abolition of private property, of class society, the socialization of means of production and the socialization or association of the producers. The first process will not only lead to a reduction in necessary labor time, but also to the rationalization of the associated producers themselves, whose domination over the blind forces of nature is thus immensely increased. This rationalization not only means domination and control over external nature, but even more importantly, suppression of one's instincts, of mere nature or blind animal nature in man. The colonization of this lower nature in man is both a prerequisite for and a consequence of the expanding development of science and technology, or as Marxists put it, the forces of production. Whereas for Engels the jump to the realm of freedom is achieved with the abolition of private property and continuing development of science. Engels, 1936, 3:11-12, Marx is more skeptical, because he does not expect that, in spite of the socialization of the means of production and the highest degree of technological progress, labor, also as a burden, can be totally abolished, even in communism. Because, as we saw in Chapter 2, labor, according to Marx, is not only a burden, the weight of which is historically determined by the development of productive forces, but also, independent of history, a human interaction with nature, the everlasting nature-imposed condition of human existence, and therefore it is independent of every social form of that existence, or rather is common to every such form. Capital, Vol. I, 183-4. In this respect, Marx was more of a realist and materialist than Engels, but both men were optimistic and idealistic with regard to the potentiality of science and technology to transform society, particularly to abolish the divisions of labor which they considered in their early writings the main cause of man's alienation from himself, the social division of labor by class society, the division of labor in the capitalist work process and the alienation of the worker from his product, and the division of labor between head and hand. The communist utopia is one in which socially necessary labor has been reduced to almost zero, where man has abundant leisure time for his self-realization and the human development of his rich individuality. In German ideology, they write, "For as soon as the distribution of labor comes into being, each man has a particular, exclusive sphere of activity, which is forced upon him and from which he cannot escape. He is a hunter, a fisherman, a shepherd, or a critical critic, and must remain so if he does not want to lose his means of livelihood." While in communist society, where nobody has one exclusive sphere of activity, but each can become accomplished in any branch he wishes, society regulates the general production and thus makes it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, just as I have a mind without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, shepherd, or critic. Marx, Engels, Vol. 5, 1976, 47. Marx and Engels expected the realization of this utopian vision of a communist society, in which women seem to be absent, by the way, from the development of the forces of production, the abolition of private property and the socialization of production. In Marx's later works, however, the idyllic picture of how communist man passes his day becomes blurred. As Alfred Schmidt observes, according to Marx, the process of replacement of human labor by machines and automats will be relatively independent of social organization. Under communism, this process will rather be accelerated than slowed down or stopped. Marx emphasized in Grundriss that the ceaseless transformation of nature in industry also proceeds under socialist conditions. The unity of knowledge and transformation of nature, realized on a large scale in industry, should in future become a still more determining feature of processes of production. He had in mind the total automation, Verwissenschaftlichung, of industry, which would change the worker's role more and more into that of the technical overseer and regulator. Schmidt, 1973, 147, emphasis in the original. The total permeation of the industrialized labor process by science, the increased shortening of labor time, the development of automation eventually result in making the worker as the main agent of production obsolete. He stands beside the process of production, instead of being its main agent. In this metamorphosis, it is neither direct labor, done by man himself, nor the time he takes over it, but rather the appropriation of his own general productive powers, his understanding of nature, and his mastery of the latter through the agency of his existence as a member of society. In one phrase, the development of the social individual which now appears as the great foundation of production and wealth. Grundriss, 592 ETSEQ, emphasis added. I have elaborated on the Marxist concept of labor, the Marxist views on technological progress and the communist vision of a true society because these ideas are shared by most socialists, as well as by many feminist socialists. Particularly the view that unlimited progress of science and technology is a kind of law of nature or history, and will be the main force to transform human society and social relations has become a new faith with many people. Even people who are seriously looking for an alternative to destructive capitalism still base their blueprint of a new society on the wonders of technological innovation. Thus, For Andrei Gorz, the time has now come for a straight march into the Marxist paradise because, with microelectronics, computers and automation, necessary labor can almost be reduced to zero. Gorz, 1983. For Gorz, the only problem remaining is to distribute the rest of this labor among the people and to move forward to the realization of the Marxist paradise, in which people's main problem will be to fill their leisure time with creative activities. What Gorz and others systematically exclude is the underside of paradise, or hell. This paradise of the brave new world is based on continued imperialist exploitation of external colonies and of women, the internal colony of white man. These will be the people who still produce life, and to a large extent in unfree, housewifized forms of labor in the so-called informal sector. Because in spite of complete automation and computerization, people still have bodies which need food and human care, etc., and this does not come from machines. As Claudia von Werlhoff has pointed out, this paradise is not for women, but it is based on women's ongoing exploitation on a worldwide basis. It is the last desperate effort of white man to realize his technocratic utopia, based on domination of nature, women, and colonies. V. Werlhoff, 1984. The conflict which Alfred Schmidt observes with regard to Marx's optimism about the quantitative development of a rich human individuality as the main aim of communism has been solved by modern left and alternative theoreticians in this way, that the colonies, nature, women, exotic peoples, are kept in bondage by Homo economicus and Homo scientificus so that he is not totally cut off from nature, the earth, his sensuality, the everlasting condition of all human existence and happiness. As long as this base is secured, he can go on with his unlimited development of productive forces, for the unlimited satisfaction of his unlimited wants, or rather addictions. For this man, the realm of freedom is indeed round the corner, but at the expense of the slavery of women and the Third World. Towards a feminist concept of labor. It is obvious from our above discussion that the development of a feminist concept of labor has to begin with a rejection of the distinction between socially necessary labor and leisure, and the Marxist view that self-realization, human happiness, freedom, autonomy, the realm of freedom can be achieved only outside the sphere of necessity and of necessary labor, and by a reduction, or abolition, of the latter. If we take as our model of a worker not the white male industrial wage worker, irrespective of whether he works under capitalist or socialist conditions, but a mother, we can immediately see that her work does not fit into the Marxian concept. For her, work is always both, a burden as well as a source of enjoyment, self-fulfillment, and happiness. Children may give her a lot of work and trouble, but this work is never totally alienated or dead. Even when children turn out to be a disappointment for the mother, when they eventually leave her or feel contempt for her, as in fact many do in our society, the pain she suffers at all this is still more human than the cold indifference of the industrial worker or engineer vis-a-vis his products, the commodities he produces and consumes. The same unity of work as a burden and work as enjoyment can be found among peasants whose production is not yet totally subsumed under commodity production and the compulsions of the market. The peasants who have to work from dawn to dusk during the harvesting season, for instance, feel the burden of work more than anybody else in their bodies and in their muscles. But in spite of the hardship of this work, it is never only a curse. I remember the times of haymaking or harvesting on our small subsistence farm in my childhood as times of extreme labor intensity for everybody, mother, children, father, and as times of the greatest excitement, enjoyment, social interaction. I found the same phenomenon among poor peasant and agricultural laborer women in India during the season of rice transplantation. Although in this case the work had to be done for an exploiting landlord, the combination of work and enjoyment, of labor and leisure was still there. Moreover, this time of intense work was also the time of the most pronounced cultural activity of the women. During the collective work processes in the fields, they sang an endless number of ballads which helped them to bear the burden of work more easily. And in the evening, after the evening meal, they danced and sang together till late. Mies, 1984. Anyone who has had an opportunity to observe the work process of people involved in non-market-oriented subsistence production will have found this interplay of work as necessity and burden, and work as a basic source of enjoyment and self-expression. Point 4. The same is true for the work of the artisan or in handicrafts production, as long as this work is not yet fully subsumed under the compulsions of the market. The main characteristics of the work processes described above is that they are all connected with the direct production of life or of use values. A feminist concept of labor has to be oriented towards the production of life as the goal of work and not the production of things and of wealth. See the quotation from Marx above, of which the production of life is then a secondary derivative. The production of immediate life in all its aspects must be the core concept for the development of a feminist concept of work. 2. Apart from the unity of labor as a burden and labor as expression of our human nature and as enjoyment, a feminist concept of labor cannot be based on the Marxist and capitalist economics of time. The shortening of the daily labor time or of the labor time within a lifespan cannot be a method for the realization of a feminist utopia. Women have by now realized that the reduction of time spent in commodity production does not lead to more freedom for women, but rather to more housework, more non-wage work in household production, more relationship or emotional work, more consumption work. The vision of a society in which almost all time is leisure time and labor time is reduced to a minimum is for women in many respects a vision of horror, not only because housework and non-wage work have never been included in the labor that is supposed to be reduced by machines, but also because it will be women who have to restore to the then idle men a sense of reality, meaning and life. A feminist concept of labor has, therefore, to be oriented towards a different concept of time, in which time is not segregated into portions of burdensome labor and portions of supposed pleasure and leisure, but in which times of work and times of rest and enjoyment are alternating and interspersed. If such a concept and such an organization of time prevail, the length of the working day is no longer very relevant. Thus, a long working day and even a lifetime full of work, will not then be felt as a curse but as a source of human fulfillment and happiness. Such a new concept of time cannot, of course, be brought about unless the existing sexual division of labor is abolished. Such a change, however, will not come, as some women expect, by a reduction of the working day or week through rationalization and automation. The men whose weekly or daily or life labor time has already been shortened through modern technology do not share more of the housework, but rather indulge in more drinking, more TV watching, or in other male leisure time activities, like watching video films or playing computer games. Point 5. The whole reduction of the workday since the times of Marx and Engels has nowhere resulted in a change in the sexual division of labor, has not resulted in men feeling more responsible for housework, children, or the production of life. 3. The third element which has to be stressed in a feminist concept of labor is the maintenance of work as a direct and sensual interaction with nature, with organic matter and living organisms. In the Marxist concept of labor, this sensual, bodily interaction with nature, human nature as well as external nature, is largely eliminated because more and more machines are inserted between the human body and nature. These machines are, of course, supposed to give man dominance and power over wild blind nature, but at the same time they reduce his own sensuality. With the elimination of labor as necessity and burden, the potential of the human body for enjoyment, for sensuality, and for erotic and sexual satisfaction, is also eliminated. As our body will ever be the base for our enjoyment and happiness, the destruction of sensuality, resulting from the interaction with machines rather than with living organisms, will only result in a pathological search for an idealized nature. In a desperate effort to restore this lost sensuality to the male body, the female body is mystified as both pure or base nature and as the goal of fulfillment of all desires. Point 6. The expropriation and eventual destruction of human sensuality by modern machinery is nowhere more pronounced than in the cult of the computer, which at present can be observed everywhere. It is a typical male cult and meant for men whose sensuality has already been largely destroyed by the fact that technological progress has placed them beside the process of production instead of being its main agent. Marx, see quotation above. Far from leading to man's appropriation of his own general productive powers, his understanding of nature, his mastery of the latter, Marx, see quotation above, computer technology is, indeed, destroying all productive human powers, all understanding of nature and, in particular, all capacity for sensual enjoyment. I consider this one of the reasons why violence against women is increasing in industrialized societies. Men who no longer feel their body in the work process itself try to regain some bodily and emotional feeling by attacking women. This is also the reason why horror and hard porn films are among the best sellers of the video industry. Their main consumers are men, many of them unemployed, or in computerized or service jobs in industry. For direct and sensual interaction with nature in the work process is not yet sufficient, however. This could also be realized through some sport or hobby. And, indeed, the architects of modern society are visualizing an increase of such physical activities as a kind of therapy for people who have been made redundant as workers through automation. But how long will hobbies and sports provide a sense of purpose and meaning to people, even if their daily requirements are provided for by the welfare state? A feminist concept of labor has to maintain that work retains its sense of purpose, its character of being useful and necessary for the people who do it and those around them. This also means that the products of this labor are useful and necessary, and not just some luxuries or superfluous trash as are most of the handicrafts made today by women in income-generating activities in third-world countries. 5. This sense of usefulness, necessity, and purpose with regard to work and its products, however, can only be restored as the division and the distance between production and consumption are gradually abolished. Today, the division and alienation are, as we have seen, global. Third world women produce what they do not know, and first world women consume what they do not know. Within a feminist perspective, production of life is the main goal of human activity. This necessitates that the processes of production of necessary things and processes of consumption are again brought together. Because only by consuming the things which we produce can we judge whether they are useful, meaningful, and wholesome, whether they are necessary or superfluous. And only by producing what we consume can we know how much time is really necessary for the things we want to consume, what skills are necessary, what knowledge is necessary, and what technology is necessary. The abolition of the wide division between production and consumption does not mean, of course, that every individual, or even every small community, must produce all they need and have to find everything in their ecological surroundings. But it does imply that the production of life is based on a certain autarkic relation of a certain community of people of a specific region, the size of which has to be determined on the basis of the principles spelled out at the beginning of this section. Goods and services imported into such a region should be the result of non-exploitative relations to nature, women, and other peoples. The tendential bringing together of production and consumption will drastically reduce the possibilities for this exploitation, and largely increase the potential for resistance to economic and political blackmail and coercion. An alternative economy. It is obvious that such a concept of work transcends the framework of an economy based on ever-expanding growth of monetary revenue, and of ever-expanding forces of production in terms of high-technology development. As this paradigm has led to the overdevelopment of some nations and to the underdevelopment of women, nature, and colonies, a concept of work oriented towards the production of life requires a reversal and a transcendence of this framework. We may not yet be in a position to present a fully worked-out alternative framework for an economy not based on the exploitation of nature, women, and colonies, but there are already quite a number of important features of such a society, spelled out in recent years by people who understood that overdevelopment is not only damaging for people in Asia, Latin America, and Africa, but is also destroying the very essence of human life in the centers of overdevelopment itself. Caldwell, 1977, Singh. 1976, 1980. The first basic requirement of an alternative economy is a changeover, both in the overdeveloped and in the underdeveloped societies, from dependency for their basic subsistence needs, food, clothing, shelter, from economies outside their national boundaries towards greater autarky. Only societies which are to a large extent self-sufficient in the production of these basic necessities can maintain themselves free from political blackmail and hunger. In this, self-sufficiency in food is the first requirement. Malcolm Caldwell has shown that such self-sufficiency in food, as well as in energy, would be quite possible in Britain, with the available cultivable land and its present population. It would equally be possible in any other of the overdeveloped countries of Europe or North America. Caldwell, 1977, 178. But what is more, if the governments of these overdeveloped countries had not bribed their working people by importing cheap food, cheap clothes, cheap raw materials, etc., from so-called cheap labor countries, these countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America could all be self-sufficient in food, clothing, shelter, etc. It is strange that people in the West have already forgotten that all the underdeveloped countries are not only rich in natural and human resources, but were also all self-sufficient societies before the conquest of white man. If the protein food imported to Europe from third world countries in the form of animal feed to produce milk seas, butter mountains, etc., was used to feed the local people, there would be no hunger in any of these regions. Collins and Lapp, 1977. In 1977, 90% of the protein concentrates British farmers fed to their livestock was imported from underdeveloped countries. It is also well known that the energy efficiency, the ratio between the energy used to produce food and the energy gained by the consumption of this food, is lowest in the overdeveloped countries with their food mainly produced by agro-industry. Thus, the energy efficiency of greenhouse lettuce is only 0.0023, of white sliced bread 0.525, whereas local Mexican corn grown without the use of machinery has an energy efficiency factor of 30.60, Caldwell, 1977, 179-180. A largely autarkic economy would necessarily lead towards a change in the existing exploitative and non-reciprocal international division of labor, a contraction of world trade and of export-oriented production, both in the overdeveloped countries, whose economies are dependent on the export of industrial products, and the underdeveloped countries who have to pay back their credits by exports of mainly primary goods. A further consequence of a more or less self-sufficient economy would be a drastic reduction of all non-productive work, in the sense I use the term, particularly in the tertiary sector, a change in the composition of the workforce with a movement away from employment in industries towards employment in agriculture. If people of a given region want to live mainly by the natural and labor resources available in that region, then it follows that many more people will have to do necessary manual labor in food production. Within such a finite region, people would also be careful not to destroy the very ecology on whose balance the survival of all depends by use of too much agricultural chemical products and too much machinery, which again uses up too much energy. Therefore, as Malcolm Caldwell says, with reduced inputs of inanimate energy an increase in production could only come from an increase in muscle power. Caldwell, 1977, 180. Instead of capital-intensive farming there would be labor-intensive farming. It would be not concentrated in big agribusiness farm factories, but in decentralized small farms. With such a change of the international division of labor, the division of labor between agriculture and industry, with agriculture oriented towards food self-sufficiency, many of the elements specified with regard to a changed feminist concept of labor would already be fulfilled, for example, the restoration of labor as necessary and meaningful, of its direct contact with nature or living organisms, possibly also a different notion of labor time, the narrowing down of the gap between production and consumption and more autonomy of producers-consumers over what they produce and consume. Within such an economy there would be no room and no use for the production of unnecessary things and sheer waste, as is the case within the growth model. Because production decisions would be based on a realistic assessment of natural, ecological, and human resources as well as on people's true needs for a human life. It would lead away from the creation and feeding of ever more destructive addictions, which at the present juncture are the only way by which capital can still hope to expand its markets in the overdeveloped regions. It would give people back more autonomy over their lives and the production of life. As Caldwell points out, this radical restructuring of the economy is not only a beautiful dream or a case of exhortatory politics, but will increasingly become a necessity, particularly for workers who have been made redundant for good by the rapid development of high-tech and automation. He reminds us that already in 1976 massive unemployment in Italy led to a big movement of workers back to the land. About 100,000 workers returned to farming. Caldwell, 1977, 181. A similar movement back to the land took place 2 years ago in India during the strike of the textile workers in Bombay, which lasted almost a year. Although at present the movement back to the land may still appear as an option mainly open to the frustrated urban middle classes, growing poverty in the metropolitan centers, particularly among foreign workers, the youth, and above all, among women, will transform the romanticism of many alternative land freaks into a necessary survival strategy. Such people may be the first to realize that one cannot eat money and that food does not grow out of computers. Most ecologists and people who are searching for a radical alternative to the destructive society we live in would agree with the above ideas. So also would many feminists. But they would discover that the brief description of an alternative economy spelled out by Caldwell is again silent about the non-reciprocal, exploitative division of labor between the sexes. The perspective of a relative autarkic economy based on non-exploitative relations to the ecology, other peoples, people within a region, on small, decentralized units of production and consumption is, for feminists, not broad enough if it does not start with a radical change of the sexual division of labor. In most ecological writings, however, the woman question is either not mentioned at all, or it is simply added on to a long list of other more urgent, more general issues. I have already said, in the first chapter, that this adding on will no longer do if we want to change the existing inhuman man-woman relation. The conception of an alternative economy is, therefore, not only incomplete without the goal of transcending the patriarchal sexual division of labor, it will rather be based on the illusion of change and therefore will not be able truly to transcend the status quo. A feminist conception of an alternative economy will include all that has previously been said about autarky and decentralization. But it will place the transformation of the existing sexual division of labor, based on the breadwinner housewife model, at the center of the whole restructuring process. This is not mere narcissistic self-indulgence of women, but the result of our historical research as well as our analysis of the functioning of capitalist patriarchy. Feminists do not start with the external ecology, economy, and politics, but with the social ecology, the center of which is the relation between men and women. Autonomy over our bodies and lives is, therefore, the first and most fundamental demand of the international feminist movement. Any search for ecological, economic, and political autarky must start with the respect for the autonomy of women's bodies, their productive capacity to create new life, their productive capacity to maintain life through work, their sexuality. A change in the existing sexual division of labor would imply first and foremost that the violence that characterizes capitalist patriarchal man-woman relations worldwide will be abolished not by women, but by men. Men have to refuse to define themselves any longer as man the hunter. Men have to start movements against violence against women if they want to preserve the essence of their own humanity. 8. This demand for autonomy with regard to women's bodies also implies that any state control over women's fertility has to be rejected. Women have to be freed of their status of being a natural resource for individual men, as well as for the state as the total patriarch. True women's liberation will be the cheapest and most efficient method of restoring the balance between population growth and food production. This is, indeed, the main flaw in Caldwell's otherwise excellent expose of an alternative, homeostatic society. Population control is still considered the responsibility of the state, it is not in the hands of women. They are not considered as fully responsible human subjects as long as men or the state still try to exert control over their fertility. Secondly, in an alternative economy men have to share the responsibility for the immediate production of life, for childcare, housework, the care of the sick and the old, the relationship work, all work so far subsumed under the term housework. Where this work would have been socialized to some extent which may be useful, men have to share this work on equal terms with women. In a community keen to preserve its autarky and to follow a non-exploitative path of human development, this housework could not be paid. It would have to be free work for the community. But each man, each woman, and also children, would have to share this most important work. Nobody, particularly no man, should be able to buy himself free from this work in the production of immediate life. This would then immediately have the effect that men would have to spend more time with children, cooking, cleaning, taking care of the sick, etc., and would have less time for their destructive production in industry, less time for their destructive research, less time for their destructive leisure time activities, less time for their wars. Positively put, they would regain the autonomy and the wholeness of their own bodies and minds, they would re-experience work as both a burden and enjoyment, and finally also develop a different scale of values altogether with regard to work. Only by doing this life-producing and life-preserving work themselves will they be able to develop a concept of work which transcends the exploitative capitalist patriarchal concept. A change in the sexual division of labor would have the same effect on the level of the individuals which the change in the international division of labor would have on the level of whole regions or nations. A political decision in the overdeveloped countries, to delink their economies from the exploitative world market system and to establish self-sufficiency in the main areas, will pave the way for autarkic economic development in the underdeveloped countries. Similarly, a conscious decision on the part of the overdeveloped men to forego building up their ego and identity on the exploitation and violent subordination of women, and to accept their share of the unpaid work for the creation and preservation of life will make it easier for women to establish autonomy over their lives and bodies and to come to a new definition of what woman's identity is. These processes of liberation are interrelated. It is not possible for women in our societies to break out of the cages of patriarchal relations, unless the men begin a movement in the same direction. A men's movement against patriarchy should not be motivated by benevolent paternalism, but by the desire to restore to themselves a sense of human dignity and respect. How can men respect themselves if they have no respect for women? In the same way, the overdeveloped peoples have to start rejecting and transcending the economic paradigm of ever-increasing commodity production and consumption as a model of progress for the underdeveloped economies. Yet, the change in the exploitative international division of labor cannot come within a short time. Similarly, the establishment of ecologically balanced, autarkic economies will take time and demand an immense intellectual, moral and physical effort. But the change in the sexual division of labor could be started immediately. Each man and woman could start at his/her individual level, groups of women and men could develop different models, larger political movements like the peace movement, the ecology movement, national liberation movements could immediately experiment with a changed sexual division of labor and develop their alternative ideas about a better society from these central experiences. If this happened, feminists would lose their skepticism regarding many of these movements, because time and again we have seen that women's mobilization for such movements ended up with the old or a new patriarchal division of labor. There is still another reason why feminists must insist on the centrality of the change in the sexual division of labor. Our analysis of the socialist countries has shown that the maintenance, or the creation, of the bourgeois, patriarchal, sexual division of labor and of the nuclear family is the apparently insignificant gate through which reactionary forces can again find entry into a society which tried to free itself from the clutches of imperialism and capitalism. As long as the sexual division of labor is not changed within the context of an alternative economy, capitalism will not be abolished. For the time being, however, feminists in the underdeveloped and the overdeveloped societies do well to keep their skepticism and critical sense. They must insist, again and again, that there will be no liberation for women unless there is also an end to the exploitation of nature and other peoples. On the other hand, they must also insist that there will be no true national liberation unless there is women's liberation and an end to the destruction of nature, or that there cannot be a true ecological society without a change in the sexual and international division of labor. It is precisely by putting one of these contradictions into the limelight and by pushing the others into the darkness that capitalist patriarchy has been able to build up and maintain its dominance. This strategy is at present followed by a number of people in the ecology and alternative movement. Following the old Marxist-Leninist strategy of primary and secondary contradictions, they have put the ecology crisis into the center now. But they no longer talk of capitalist exploitation of third world countries. Yet we know that the governments in Europe and the USA will try to solve the ecological and economic crises in their countries by dumping their dangerous factories and products into underdeveloped countries. And the cheap food, cheap clothes, cheap sexual services, etc., will be provided for this class of white rentiers by further exploitation of third world countries and peoples. Of course, there are also white women who will belong to that international class of non-producing rentiers who are maintained and alimented by increased exploitation of third and second world countries, but by and large, women in the overdeveloped countries will increasingly share the destiny of the underdeveloped countries. By their invisible, low-paid, or unpaid work, they will provide the base upon which the international male white class will march into the post-industrial paradise. Intermediate steps. In discussions about alternatives to the existing destructive order, the question immediately arises, how does one get from here to there? How do such beautiful utopias help us to change reality in the direction we want? Are the powers that stand against us not overwhelming, internationally operating capital, the big transnational corporations, the ever-increasing interplay between the scientific, the economic, the military, and the political establishments, the rivalry of the two superpowers and their never-ending spiral of producing ever more destructive arms, the extension of these destructive weapons into outer space, etc., etc. Vis-a-vis this formidable threat to all human life and to life as such, many women and men in the West feel utterly helpless and tend to close their eyes and wait in a defeatist manner for the unavoidable Holocaust. I think feminists cannot afford such defeatism, not only because it would be suicidal, but also because it is unrealistic. As long as class society exists, the collapse of a ruling class has been projected as the collapse of the universe. This is also the case today with the threat of collapse for the capitalist patriarchal growth model. But our analysis has shown that women worldwide have nothing to gain in their human development from the growth of this gigantic parasite. On the contrary, therefore, we should here and now begin to refuse our allegiance to and our complicity with this system, because women are not only victims of capitalist patriarchy, they are also, in varying degrees and qualitatively different forms, collaborators with this system. This is particularly true for middle-class women worldwide, and for the white women in industrialized countries. If we want to regain autonomy over our bodies and over life in general, we must start by renouncing this complicity with patriarchy. How can that be done? I think the strategy could be the same for women in overdeveloped and underdeveloped countries, but the tactical steps might be different. In the following, I shall discuss some concrete steps that could be taken in the direction of freeing ourselves from the clutches of the anti-human and anti-women capitalist patriarchy. I shall begin with what could be done by Western feminists. Autonomy over consumption. An area which has been almost totally left out for political struggle in the West has been the area of consumption. Trade unions, political opposition groups, as well as the women's movement have addressed their protests and demands either to the bosses of the economy or to the state, or to men in general. Rarely have they discussed their own role in the exploitative system. And yet, it is common sense knowledge that capitalism cannot function unless it is able to create and expand the market for its ever-growing amount of material and non-material commodities. This market is partly provided by us, the buyers of these commodities. It is mainly provided by the masses in the overdeveloped countries who have the purchasing power, due to the exploitative, international, and sexual division of labor. It is also provided, to a lesser degree, by the urban middle classes in the underdeveloped countries. And it is provided to a large extent by the states and their monopolies over huge areas of the economy, for example, education, health, the postal system, defense. We may not be able to influence the whole marketing system. But a consumer liberation movement, started by feminists among women who, as housewives, are important agents of consumption and crucial pillars of the market, could go a long way towards undermining the capitalist patriarchal system. Such a movement has a number of advantages in contrast to other social movements. It can be started immediately by each and every woman on an individual basis. The decision what to buy and what not to buy is not totally predetermined by our needs and by what is offered in the market. Perhaps more than 50% of what is bought and consumed in households in overdeveloped countries and overdeveloped classes is not only superfluous, but also harmful. This includes the consumption of alcohol, tobacco, drugs, a lot of luxury foods, fruits, flowers, but also most of what is produced today by the electronic industry, computers, video sets, other media, music, TV. Particularly the products of the new growth industries are no longer meant for the satisfaction of basic human needs, but for the creation and expansion of new addictions of passive consumers. We cannot say that we have no choice in buying or not buying these things, otherwise, we hand over the last bit of our subjective individual freedom to Mr. Capital and agree to become mere puppets of consumption. Thus, the individual refusal to buy superfluous, and basically harmful, luxury items would enlarge the area of freedom within each individual woman. Apart from a boycott of luxury commodities, feminists, if they want to be true to their political goals, must boycott all items which reinforce a sexist image of woman, or anti-woman tendencies in our society. Thus, the new wave of beautifying women, created by the garment and cosmetics industries as a kind of counterattack against the feminist refusal to shape their bodies and appearance according to the standardized model of an attractive and sexy woman, can be successfully disturbed if women openly boycott cosmetics and new sexy fashion fads. 9. Similarly, the manipulation of women as housewives and mothers, carried out by the multinational food and pharmaceutical industries and others, can be thwarted if women consciously refuse, as far as possible, to buy certain items, like, for example, the chocolate milk products, fast foods, drugs, etc., produced by such multinationals as Nestle or Unilever, Bayer or Hoechst. Of course, the enslavement of Western housewives to Mr. Capital has already reached such an extent that a consistent boycott of all such items would lead to immediate starvation. Therefore, the boycott of items which reinforce the tendencies to define women as sex objects and supermothers can only be selective. A further essential criterion for the selection of commodities to be boycotted is the degree of exploitation of third world producers, particularly of third world women, incorporated and materialized in the commodities. Thus, women who buy lipsticks made by Unilever, or any of his daughter firms can be sure that they, too, are contributing to the further exploitation and expropriation of poor tribal women in India. 10 They, too, are responsible for the destruction of the autonomy these women had over their life production. A boycott of such items would, therefore, mean both the liberation of women in the overdeveloped countries from a sexist image of woman, and increased autonomy of poor third world women over their environment and subsistence production. Lipstick and cosmetics provide a good example of another criterion in the selection of articles to be boycotted by women, namely, the degree to which, in the production of these commodities, living organisms are being subjected to brutal violence, and how far the ecological balance of the producing areas and countries has been upset. In short, the destruction of nature which is inherent in commodity production must also be a criterion for refusing the purchase of certain commodities. This aspect has mobilized the Friends of Animals, for example, the animal protection associations, to campaign for a prohibition on experiments on living animals by the cosmetics industry. Feminists could certainly support such a campaign. But if they want not only to feel for the humanity of the animals who are tortured as guinea pigs in the production of cosmetics, but also to be aware of their own humanity, they must extend this campaign to a boycott of the cosmetics produced by these firms. But how do we know about the various exploitative relations which are materialized in the commodities we buy and consume? How do we know that the lipstick I buy contains the starvation of women in Bihar as well as the torture of thousands of guinea pigs and mice in the laboratories of the MNCs? Indeed, capitalist commodity production, with the almost total division between producers and consumers in an international, social and sexist division of labor, has been able to mystify almost totally the exploitative relations incorporated in the commodities. Blind consumers are linked to blind producers. A feminist consumer liberation movement, therefore, has to start with the lifting of this blindness, with the demystification of the commodities, a rediscovery of the exploitation of women, nature, colonies, inherent in these commodities, and an effort to transform the market relations which link us de facto to women, men, animals, plants, the earth, etc., into true human relations. This means to rediscover concrete people behind the abstract commodities. This can happen if we try to trace the path a certain commodity has traveled until it reached our tables or our bodies. At the end of this journey, we would meet in many cases poor women and men in the underdeveloped countries, and learn about how they produce certain items for the world market, what they get for their work, how this has changed their autonomy over their life production, what they feel about this, and how they struggle to maintain or regain their humanity. A consumer liberation movement would, therefore, also imply a new and fascinating learning process, a conscientization different from that of the early feminist consciousness-raising groups, which would, indeed, clarify our minds about the really existing relations within which we live and work, both as objects and as subjects. The revival of social awareness of all the exploitative relations inherent in the commodities would extend the area of subjective freedom within people much more than any amount of book knowledge accumulated by so-called experts. It would increase our autonomy over the knowledge about nature, foreign peoples, and their lives and struggles, and enable us to decide what we need and what we do not need. Concretely, this means that feminist groups in the overdeveloped and underdeveloped countries could begin to make such concrete studies of certain products, selected according to the criteria spelled out above, publish their results and feed them into the international networks of women's groups and organizations who would be ready to join such a consumer liberation movement. This last point brings us to the question of the politics of such a movement. Although it can and should be started by each individual woman in her immediate surroundings, where she has a certain amount of power and freedom of choice, it is clear that individual acts of renunciation or boycott will not have the desired impact on the big capitalist corporations. Only a social and political boycott movement could have a major effect. This means women's groups or organizations must publicly announce their boycott campaign, accompany their actions with information and analysis about the exploitative relations in the product they have selected as target of their campaign, and create as wide a publicity for this movement as is possible without betraying its basic principles. The formation of such action and reflection groups would by itself have another liberating effect. It would liberate women in the affluent societies, particularly housewives, from their atomized, isolated existence within their tiny cages called households, liberate them from their depressions, drug addictions, the housewife syndrome, and their need for compensatory consumption. It would bring them back into the public sphere and make them aware of their place in the worldwide network of social relations. The politics of a feminist consumer liberation movement would include, but go beyond, the strategies of the critical consumer movements started in the USA and Europe by people like Ralph Nader or Hans A. Pestalozzi. Whereas in most of the movements, the self-interest of the consumer in having clean, healthy, chemically unpolluted, and unadulterated products is linked to the ecological consideration of preserving scarce energy resources and maintaining an ecological balance, the aspect of women's exploitation and of underdeveloped countries is mostly excluded. Thus, Pestalozzi is a spokesman of a critical consumer movement in Switzerland, but he believes that critical and ecologically conscious consumers would not endanger our system of a free society and economy. He pleads for new marketing strategies to be adopted by the managers of capitalist corporations. Pestalozzi, 1979, 31 ETSEQ. Feminists cannot be satisfied if international capital uses our consumer boycott of certain items only to develop a new marketing strategy to make us consume so-called health food, produced perhaps in alternative self-help enterprises which may work on a contract basis for the multinational food corporations, as we have already seen happening in the underdeveloped countries. We know by now that any such partial liberation, if it takes place within the framework of internationally operating capital, will be compensated for by the further exploitation and subjection of some other categories of people and of nature elsewhere. A feminist consumer liberation movement could certainly subscribe to the slogan coined by the French organization, Terre des Hommes Frères des Hommes, ici vivre mieux / la basse vaincre la fame, to live better here and to fight hunger there. It would have to keep in mind, however, that to live better here cannot mean an extension of the principle of egotistic self-interest, but has to be given a new content by creating non-exploitative, reciprocal relations to our bodies, between men and women, our natural environment, and people in the underdeveloped world. On the other hand, this slogan expresses the desire that the definition of what the good life or human happiness is should no longer be left to the lieutenants of transnational capital, but that we ourselves begin to define it. Women should never forget that it is we who produce life, not capital. Autonomy over production. A feminist consumer boycott movement would be one step in the direction of our liberation. Another, equally necessary step, which would follow from the first, would be a movement to regain control over the production processes as such. This, of course, ultimately implies that women and producers in general regain control over the means of production. But before this can be achieved, control over the production decisions could become a goal for trade unions and other working class organizations. It is absolutely absurd that the Western working classes accept the production decisions, for example, the automation of production, arms production, the production of dangerous chemicals, and of luxury items, all in the name of preserving their jobs and of an abstract idea of progress. Meanwhile, it is obvious that they will neither save their jobs by this strategy, nor avoid this destructive production. But the male workers often advance the argument that they have no choice because they have to feed a family. This argument is partly a pretext, because women are as much the breadwinners of their families as the men. But women who are serious about our liberation could go a long way to regain a greater measure of autonomy over production. This could start by producing more of the things we need ourselves. It could also mean that urban people could think of ways and means to grow food in the cities. It could further mean to establish new local markets between small, ecologically oriented peasant producers and urban women, where a direct link between production and consumption would be re-established. Through such a link, it would not be difficult for urban women and children to go to the countryside in their holidays, not as idle tourists, but as farm workers who would work on the farms of such small peasants for an exchange of the products thus commonly produced. This would come near Caldwell's vision of diverting industrial labor to labor-intensive agriculture, but, in contrast to his vision, it would not be the state but producer-consumers themselves who would organize such a system of labor exchange between city and village. It would be important, however, to make sure that such a system of production-consumption would not degenerate into the well-known informal sector, which then, in a dual economy, would only serve to feed the formal sector. This sector would go on as before to produce its destructive high-tech and other useless commodities, and the informal sector production would again mainly subsidize wages in the formal sector. Therefore, autonomy over production must also eventually become a demand of the trade unions, of men and women in the trade unions and in other movements, like the ecology and alternative movements. A broad consumer liberation movement could be a direct challenge to the classical wage workers' self-image that they are the necessary breadwinners of their families. With more and more people returning to some new form of subsistence production, the myth of capital and wage workers as the producers of life would have to disappear. Struggles for human dignity. It would be contrary to the principles of the autonomous women's movement if I tried to present a catalogue of what feminists in Africa, Asia, and Latin America should do. Since the emergence of a feminist movement in many underdeveloped countries, the discussion on the analysis of their situation, on possible strategic and tactical steps, on necessary actions is carried out by third world women among themselves. But since, according to our analysis, women in overdeveloped and underdeveloped countries are linked to each other by the world market, it would be unrealistic to pretend that we can concentrate only on our respective situations and movements and close our eyes to what is happening in other parts of the world. In particular, since the rebellion of third world women against patriarchal exploitation and oppression was sparked off by similar issues, for example, the issue of violence against women, we can identify several points on which third world and first world women could be united. This is above all the case in the area of body politics, whereby women worldwide demand autonomy over their lives and bodies. The following is not a full-fledged strategy for joint actions of feminists in overdeveloped and underdeveloped countries. I only want to point out certain areas where united struggles could take place and reflect on some experiences of such struggles. Body politics implies a struggle against all forms of direct violence against women, rape, woman beating, clitoridectomy, dowry killings, the molestation of women, and against all forms of indirect or structural violence against women embedded in other exploitative and oppressive relations like class and imperialist relations, as well as in patriarchal institutions like the family, medicine, and the educational systems. Within this sphere of body politics, there is unity among women about the central goal of their struggles. This is ultimately the insistence on the human essence of women, on their dignity, integrity, and inviolability as human beings, and a rejection of their being made into objects or into natural resources for others. I think that, if this deepest dimension and motive force of the above-mentioned struggles were recognized, it would no longer be possible for one exploited and oppressed group to expect its humanization at the expense of another exploited and oppressed group, class, or people. For instance, white women could not expect their humanization or liberation at the expense of black men and women, oppressed first and third world middle-class women at the expense of poor rural and urban women, oppressed men, black or white workers and peasants, at the expense of their women. The struggle for the human essence, for human dignity, cannot be divided and cannot be won unless all these colonizing divisions, created by patriarchy and capitalism, are rejected and transcended. If we study the brief history of the new women's movement in underdeveloped and in overdeveloped countries, we can identify a number of struggles which started with the aim of preserving the human integrity and dignity of women, in the context of which these colonizing divisions were transcended, at least tendentially, and the prospect of a new solidarity emerged. This solidarity is not based on the narrow self-interest of the respective groups, but on the recognition that capitalist patriarchy destroys the human essence, not only in the oppressed, but also, and perhaps even more so, in those who apparently profit from this oppression. Thus, the feminist struggles against male violence, against rape, wife-beating, the molestation and humiliation of women, have been a rallying point for women in first and third world countries. The literature on these issues has been translated and read in many countries. Women can identify with the other woman across class, racial and imperialist barriers, if they have begun themselves to struggle against male violence. Thus, in India, the struggle against rape and dowry killings transcended the barriers created by caste and class. There was genuine solidarity among women on these issues, although these divisions did not disappear. The barriers between women and men can also be transcended if women and men courageously begin to struggle against male violence. In traditional left organizations, the issues of rape, wife-beating, and the molestation of women are played down by the leaders. It is assumed that a campaign around such issues would be divisive for the unity of the oppressed class, the workers, the peasants. Thus, women in these organizations are told to subordinate their grievances about such private matters to the general aim of class struggle, the anti-colonial struggle, the land struggle, etc. Third world, middle-class women are particularly susceptible to this line of thinking, and often ready to postpone the struggles around the man-woman relation to some distant future. It has been my experience, however, that poor peasant women in India were not ready to accept this subsumptionist strategy. They have shown that a determined struggle against male violence did not undermine the unity of the poor peasant class vis-a-vis the oppressive landlords, but that it rather doubled their unity and strength. 11. One example of how the division between Third World and First World women can be successfully overcome is the combined international struggle of Western feminists in Holland and West Germany, and that of feminists in Thailand and the Philippines, who have launched a campaign against sex and prostitution tourism to Third World countries. One such joint action was organized by a group of Third and First World women in 1982, both at the airport at Schiphol, Holland, and in Bangkok. At Schiphol Airport, the women informed the passengers on a flight to Bangkok about the inhuman exploitation of young women and girls in Thailand by the European sex tourist industry. At Bangkok Airport, a similar group greeted the European men, who had been flown in for a sex tour, with posters telling them that Thai women were not their prostitutes. This action was so embarrassing to the Minister of Tourism that he was compelled to make a statement, saying that the government welcomed tourists but that it did not want Thai women to be used as prostitutes by foreigners. A further outcome of this joint campaign is the creation of a center for Asian women in Frankfurt, the entry point to Europe for many women from Asia who are brought there as wives by German men and who, in most cases, end up in the brothels of Frankfurt or Hamburg. Though this campaign started with the spontaneous rebellion of women against this cynical form of neo-patriarchy, it inevitably led them to recognize the joint commercial interests of the tourist industry and of men. Similar joint campaigns and actions of Third World and First World women have been started around the issues of family planning, fertility control, genetic and reproductive engineering. Point 12 here, too, the principle of autonomy over our lives and bodies has been the starting point. Whereas feminists in the West have been struggling for years against the state, which demands more white children from them, Third World women are beginning to realize that they are subjected to coercion and even femicidal tendencies because they are not supposed to breed more children. In such joint campaigns and actions, feminists are not only in a position to expose the policy of fascist selection and annihilation, but also to identify clearly the corporate interests and the people behind them who manipulate women worldwide in their greed for ever-growing accumulation. The case of Depo-Provera, prohibited in the USA because of its cancerogenious qualities, but dumped in Third World countries, is perhaps the best-known example of how Third World and Western feminists can work together to expose these tactics. With the new developments in reproductive and genetic engineering, the combination of the experiences, analyses, and the information of Third World and First World women will be absolutely crucial for any movement of resistance. Cf. Korea, 1984. All these struggles were/are taking place in the sphere of body politics. A combination of struggles and actions on the part of feminists in overdeveloped and underdeveloped countries can expose and undermine the double-faced policy of international capital towards women. Third World and First World feminists can overcome the colonial divisions by fighting jointly against the dehumanizing and anti-women tendencies of capitalist patriarchy. It is more difficult to discover commonalities between women in overdeveloped and underdeveloped countries in the sphere of economics or economic struggles, because this sphere is, as we have seen, almost fully controlled by the international and sexual division of labor. Within this framework, Third World women producers are related to First World women consumers in a contradictory, even antagonistic way. If world market factories producing garments and underwear for Western consumers strike for better wages and work conditions, the companies can demand higher prices for their products from Western consumers. Even if Western women were made aware that such higher prices were the result of strikes in one of the relocated factories, it is not certain that such higher prices would reach the actual producers. On the one hand, if feminists were to start a boycott of such products in support of the striking women in these factories, the women there might not be able to understand such an action because, within the given structures, their immediate interest in keeping a job and getting a wage is intimately tied up with the interest of capital in selling its products. On the other hand, women in Europe who worked in textile industries, which were relocated to Asia or Africa, lost their jobs to badly paid Asian or African women. And between these two categories of women workers, there is no material base for solidarity. If one set of women tries to better its material conditions as wage workers, or consumers, not as human beings, capital will try to offset its possible losses by squeezing another set of women. Thus, within the given framework of the international division of labor and of the wage workers' interests closely bound up with those of capital, there is little scope for true solidarity between Third World and First World women, at least not the type of solidarity which can go beyond paternalistic rhetoric and charity. But if women are ready to transcend the boundaries set by the international and sexual division of labor, and by commodity production and marketing, both in the overdeveloped and underdeveloped worlds, if they accept the principles of a self-sufficient, more or less autarkic, economy, if they are ready, in Third World countries, to replace export-oriented production by production for the needs of the people, then it will be possible to combine women's struggles at both ends of the globe in such a way that the victory of one group of women will not be the defeat of another group of women. This could happen, for instance, if the struggle of Third World women for the control over their own land and their subsistence production often fought against the combined interests of international or national corporations and of their own men was supported by a consumer boycott in the overdeveloped countries. A feminist-led consumer liberation movement in the overdeveloped countries could prepare the ground, in many respects, for a women's production liberation movement in underdeveloped countries. This would be a movement of people to use the land and the human and material resources available in a given region for the production of those things which they need first: food, clothing, shelter, health, and education. At the same time, their economy would be partly delinked from the world market, particularly from the international credit trap. The combination of a consumer liberation movement in the West with a production liberation movement in Asia, Africa, and Latin America would not leave much incentive for the MNCs to further colonize these countries through the unjust international division of labor. Many of them would close down their sites and move back to their fatherlands. The local industries would then have to produce for a home market, and not for the already overflowing markets in the affluent societies. In the West, the drying up of cheap imports from Third World countries would lead to higher prices of all basic consumer goods, would force the economies to return to their own agricultural base, and would put an end to hypertrophic, wasteful, and destructive production. It would be a logical consequence of such movements that the models of man the breadwinner, woman the housewife had to be given up. 4. Without the exploitative international division of labor, there would be very few men in the erstwhile overdeveloped countries who would be in a position to feed and maintain a non-working housewife. All would have to work for the production of life or for their subsistence. And the women would have to demand that men, too, accept their share in this life production. The bourgeois model of the housewife would eventually lose its attraction as a symbol of progress.